Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.
But I think realistically, this will probably end up as a draw, and as you say, it'll be about the bonus points first and foremost this morning.
Yeah, we've, as you'll have probably heard from the ripple of applause, rather than maybe a decibel or two louder yesterday and the day before, the players have gone out there on the field of play, but there are fewer in the ground, as you might have expected. Prospect of anything other than a draw looking relatively remote, but Yorkshire will press on this morning and try and pick up a couple of wickets, and as we know, Surrey within 12 runs of a third batting bonus point. Jack White will start proceedings off from the Peasham Park end of the ground. You can get in touch if you so wish on the usual X address, or be at BBCWIS if you prefer. And our email address now, yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Jack White just getting loose then. Yorkshire have gone with 3 slips in place. Ryan Patel, 14 shy of a first-class ton here, is going to be the man to take the first ball of the day. They've got a sweeper square on the offside, and a man, Ben Code, up at deep backwards square, long leg really, 10 in from the boundary, something like that. A ring field otherwise, and White around the wicket bowls one with a little bit of extra bounce that Ryan Patel plays, taking his bottom hand off the bat. We're underway for day 4. And Hamilton's underway as well. I think he wants to come in the com box again. Look at this, he's on his way round, he's looking this way.
I think he's going for a coffee. He's very sensible. He's done his one stint. He's a very sensible, wise man.
Had enough of you once, Doige. So Jack White, with the accompaniment of another walking goal, who's a little bit deeper than Jordan Thompson's mid-on. Latest delivery, just defended from the crease by Patel, dropped into the pitch.
I suppose the other thing from a Yorkshire point of view is this ball's only 3 overs old, isn't it?
Yep.
So it's a new ball, so Surrey will treat it with respect this morning. But as we saw from Dan Lawrence yesterday, when that ball gets older, if you want to, and you go out there with that mindset, you can score your runs very quickly if you want to on here, because they are short boundaries.
It's in again. Umpire Russ Warren's had the same old view from the Peasham Park end throughout this match. That was turned into the leg side.
May I say, Mr. George, the first thing I spotted this morning, no Johnny Bairstow out there, Harry Duke's got the gloves on.
Well done.
But I suppose that makes perfect sense, doesn't it, really? So that must mean that something's happened. There's been some movement.
Could be. Yeah. Harry Duke, well, we mentioned that, didn't we, before the match started. Eligible to come on as a substitute. Wouldn't matter really the way the game is going. Exactly. But he can't bat at this stage as Patel turns that into the leg side.
That's what I mean. I think it makes perfect sense now that Mr. Bairstow's not here. Well, he is here because, of course, we've got his huge painting down there looming over the players down there in the distance. But yes, good luck to the Bairstows with that news. So who would be in charge? Mr. Lythe, would it be, or?
Well, he has traditionally taken on vice-captaincy duties, but as White bowls and Patel defends again, the man at mid-off, Don Bess, took control for the match that Johnny missed when he went off to the Mumbai Indians. That was the Warwickshire game at Headingley earlier in the season. So I suspect on that basis he's probably in control today out there.
So that means he
might get a bit of a bowl.
So, no, I was thinking he might not. He might not come up for a while here. Oh, I thought he bowled really well yesterday.
Final ball of this opening over of day 4 then. 3 slips crouch in place, hoping for an opportunity, but not with this delivery, because Ryan Patel has dismissed that to the mid-wicket boundary, all the way for 6. Great way to finish the first over and take yourself to 92 in the process. 344 for 4 after 84 overs.
He's a fascinating hooker and puller of a cricket ball, is Ryan Patel, because he did have trouble yesterday, especially against Jordan Thompson, who really bent his back. But with that one, he's pulling that off the front foot. He's just staying on that front foot, back of a length, and just pulling it flat over mid-wicket for 6.
Thanks to Debbie and Julie, who popped over to have a chat with me before play started there around the ground, and have just said, listening in, that Howard, the stadium announcer, Howard Ferguson, has announced that Johnny's partner has gone into labour, hence he's not been here. Yes, so we missed that announcement.
Quite right too.
Well, thank you, ladies.
So well done and good luck with that as well. Exciting day. Ben Code it will be, to get us started from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Josh Blake on strike, the left-hander. He's forward, pushing this one away into the offside, and there is no... Well, 2 left-handers out there in Ryan Patel and Josh Blake. Opportunity here for Josh Blake. Thought he got through last night very well. Was under the pump a bit. New ball, searching for wickets. Got through it last night. Surrey are 6 runs away from a third batting point.
Good morning, my
So yes, good luck to the Bairstows as Ben Code comes around the wicket. Forward goes Blake off a thickish edge. This will run away down towards third man, and the chase is on, and they will pick up a couple of runs. So Blake, his first runs of the day, he moves on to 12. The weather this morning, it was blue sky, sun beating down. Now we've got some cloud cover, but as Kevin Howes told me, it's due to the fact that we're near land and near the sea, and that can create its own microclimate, I think he described it as around the wicket again goes Ben Code, forward goes Josh Blake, plays this off a goodish length, and there's no run. What I would say, Mrs. Bairstow, excellent timing. Because, you know, would Johnny be needed today? So there we are.
I don't think Johnny's taken her up the aisle yet.
Wow. That may happen. I see what you're saying. I do apologise. Johnny's partner, apologies. As around the wicket comes Ben Code, and this one's left alone by Josh Blake outside his off stump. But exciting day that. Bit of tension there'll be. But well worth it.
Of course, it does beg the question then, with the next match here on Tuesday. I don't know if that's wiped him out completely from next week's match, or given that it may be today, that might mean he can play.
I think.
I don't know. That's entirely up to him, isn't it? As well, it's a family thing.
Absolutely. As Ben Code around the wicket he comes to Josh Blake, and Blake's forward solidly, playing this one up towards mid-off. We've got a couple of the younger gulls down there just sat again on the outfield, not moving. Something I've learned over the last 4 days is that the baby gulls don't move very much.
No,
they just sort of sit there.
They're going to have to hope that any nicks here, that Will Sutherland, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean have got their hands warmed up.
As around the wicket once again comes Code, and forward once more goes Josh Blake. Plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. So if you're just joining us this morning, good morning to you here on the BBC Sport website and app, Sports Extra 3. And Surrey have moved on this morning to 346 for 4. So 8 added, a 6 from Ryan Patel that's taken him on to 92, and a couple of runs for Josh Blake. Surrey started the day 179 runs behind Yorkshire. So they want to get as close as they can to Yorkshire. It's not the end of the world if they do get to the full 50 first. For the game, it's not the end of the world if they got bowled out behind Yorkshire in a way.
Here is Jack White bowling to Ryan Patel, who leaves one wide of off stump on that Scarborough length.
The only thing I would say, and Johnny Best has done exactly the right thing, all of that good stuff, but if something did occur, then obviously Surrey know now they've only got the 10 to go at. So if something did occur, I think the way Surrey would look at it would be, if we can get to the 450, as I say, and we've got wickets in hand, we'll put our foot down and see what happens. If we could get 30, 40 ahead, great. If we get bowled out, it's not the end of the world. As around the wicket goes wide. Apologies, Jonathan. And that beats the edge of Ryan Patel's bat. Apologies, that was your delivery. But just thinking ahead on that, I would then think you get a bit of Fisher, bit of Worrell, and then Sai Kishore just gets the ball and will bowl non-stop from this P-zone park end of the ground. And all they'll be thinking to themselves, if that was the case, let's just try and put Yorkshire under a bit of pressure here. From a Yorkshire perspective, as I say, if they could pick up a couple quickly this morning, then that pendulum swings back towards them.
Yeah, here's White round the wicket. Oh, driven uppish leg. Well caught. Very well caught by Dom Bess, diving to his left at mid-off. That was one heck of a catch. And Ryan Patel has gone in the nervous 90s, 92. From both teams' point of view, they are very close now to picking up their next bonus points. 4 runs for Surrey and 1 more wicket for Yorkshire. But that was a cracking catch by Dom Bess.
It really was. Just on it a bit early was Ryan Patel looking to drive down the ground. I think it stopped on him a touch and uppish, but he hit it pretty firmly. But it's a very good catch from Dom Bess, diving away to his left-hand side. He'll be very disappointed there, will Ryan Patel. He's played really well for that 92, especially yesterday. And with that 6 this morning, but that is the first one that Yorkshire would have wanted this morning. They've got it. And that will bring Jordan Clark out to the middle to join Josh Blake. So 346 for 5. So I just said, if they could get a couple of quick ones this morning, then they'd be absolutely over the moon with that. And they've got rid of Ryan Patel, so that's the key thing. And Jordan Clark marches out there to join Josh Blake in the middle. But if they could pick these up very, very quickly, Surrey aren't too far away from that follow-on now. I'm trying to do the maths in my head at the moment. But
1-7-1 behind.
Yeah, they're going to have to get on with it. Surrey, 21 runs away from avoiding that. So they'd have to get on with it here with Yorkshire. Yeah, that was a really good catch from Dom Bess.
Just on its way down, he struck it pretty firmly. Got to be good to take those. We know he's good in the field. Unusual to see him fielding there because, of course, he tends to field square on. Point's a very good position. Big appeal here from White first ball. Height looked an issue. Yeah, short of signalling that himself, Russell Warren, I think he probably felt the same.
Yeah, good bit of bowling because he's nipped it back on Jordan Clark. Not a lot's been given. Have we had an LBW in this game? I don't think we have we? Nothing's been given, and a lot of it has been for height. And that was exactly the same. Good bit of bowling though from Jack White. Got that one just to nip back first up to Jordan Clark.
Then over the wicket again. Oh, good delivery once more. Clark drawn, walking down the pitch to this one, just slightly out of kilter. So a very good morning to Jordan Clark with those first 2 deliveries. He's got 1 left in this over. Can he make it count? Because you just get so little time with this ball to make an impact. Already nearly 6 overs old. On either side of the overnight. 346 for 5. 3 slips in place. Harry Duke with the gloves on in the absence of Bairstow, and this time a more comfortable defensive push by Jordan Clark.
Yeah, good over from White. I'd say you've got 20 overs with this Kookaburra. I'd say you've got 20 overs with this Kookaburra. Right, I'm going to make way now. Yes, thank you, David, for that. I knew I was making way. That's the great thing about DT. when you know what's happening, he then has to remind you what's going on. Lovely to see you, sir, as always. Let me get out the way.
Thanks, Churchy, for now. Cameron Steele coming on with Mark a little bit later on. Ben Code, meanwhile, is bowling round the wicket here. Good delivery to Josh Blake, whose first sight of him for me, I've got to say, 12 runs against his name. Had a little time out there in the middle last night. He's looked a composed young player from what I've seen of him so far, and a man of great composure has now moved in alongside Mr. Scarborough, Sir William Mustoe.
Georgie, it's a pleasure always to come and meet you and see you and enjoy this wonderful view from your box.
As Cody's in again, and Blake just pulls that one to the onside of straight, no run. If I could just turn off your microphone and just make an adjustment there, Bill, we might be able to hear you a little more clearly. About there. Well, let's try that.
Better, Georgie, is it?
Try now.
Is that any better?
That's definitely better.
Good, all right, good. Yeah.
There you go, you see. Somebody was asking me the other week at York about sound engineers and all of that, and I said I am the sound engineer, and you've just seen it in action.
Yeah.
Oh, good delivery from Code, which goes by Blake on the rise, and there is no run. So day 4, Bill, what's the Scarborough take on how the match has gone from the club's perspective?
It's amazing, isn't it? From the point of view, Yorkshire Water declare a drought, a hosepipe pan, and then the next thing it rains, and we lose some time. But I mean, we've had 7,000 people through, which is good, and it's not an easy time for clubs.
Code making his way in down the incline again from the Trafalgar Square end, and that's chopped into the deck this time by Blake. No run, so I'm working that out at something like 20-odd thousand pounds through the gates then, Bill, is that right, at current prices?
Well, it depends how many members come, of course, as a proportion. Deutsche, you know that. You're just trying to wind me up, I know.
Well, yeah. there are questions to ask.
Oh, I'm sure you're going to ask them. I'll do my best to actually give you an honest and straightforward reply.
In comes Code again to Blake. Ooh, good delivery, Josh Blake. Might be composed, but when you get a ball like that from Ben Code, then it can ruffle the best of feathers. Just a little push and a miss. So let's get on to that, the pricing thing then. Shall we go for the throat straight away?
Yeah,
because there have been plenty of people mentioning this during the season. I know you listen sometimes when you've got nothing better to do. And you'll have heard those comments in the build-up to this match about a 33 quid non-members charge on the gates. Code coming in. Blake inside this one to complete that over at 3.46 for 5. Maiden for Ben Code.
Yeah.
So what was the reasoning behind that?
Well, I'm afraid, like a lot of other counties, we're no different. Costs have escalated. The cost of health and safety stewarding, that's all gone up. And when you look at the actual price, it's interesting actually. We've had over 10 Surrey members join Scarborough Cricket Club, come here. And, the logic is quite simply, for £105, you can have 10 days cricket. So it's £10.50 a day. And you get access to the pavilion as a member. And some Surrey members have recognised that. So I think, you've also got to look at, what's the cost? If you go and watch a 100 competition at Headingley, you're going to pay £40 for 2.5 hours entertainment. Whereas you get 7.5 here. And you do it at other county grounds, and it's no secret that Yorkshire, as well as several other counties, are in some financial difficulty, and the bailout will be the 100 sale. And the game has changed dramatically.
In comes Jack White after a dot the first ball of this over. Ooh, good delivery, and Jordan Clark. Beat by that one.
Deutsche, it's a great shame that there is no championship cricket anywhere in the country in August. And I think that's a downer. Historically, Scarborough has always provided the biggest crowds in the country for Championship cricket, and you can't get that now. And yet, the population of Scarborough goes from 60,000 to 250,000 in the summer. That's what it's about: school holidays, and unfortunately, the scheduling doesn't help.
White bowling to Clark again, who's solidly behind this one, on the walk once more. White does the fielding off his own bowling. So just back to, before we finish on the 33 quid, do you, well, because this has been one of the concerns. Is that in line? I know I accept that you've mentioned the 100 pricing, but is that in line with a day's county cricket for a non-member around the nation on a daily basis?
No, there are different prices all over the place. I mean, you can go as low as £15, but at the end of the day, we have to pay the bills, and that's important. Otherwise, there won't be a future. And that is the bottom line. And I mean, Yorkshire, without this 100 deal, would not be in existence in a couple of years' time. They really wouldn't. And that, I'm afraid, it's a fact of life that it's more expensive to put on. The whole cost of employing people to do it, stewarding. We've tried to cut back on stewarding, but then you get a problem about that, and that leads to other things. So it's trying to get a balance for the modern scheduling and the modern game.
Yeah, short of length delivery here by Jack White, and Jordan Clark has got off the mark with a 4, and he's cut away through third man. That takes Surrey to a third batting bonus point, 350 for 5. Yorkshire still pressing for their second bowling bonus point.
I mean, I can tell you actually, Doige, and I'm sure you're aware of that, we've always worked very closely with our colleagues at Yorkshire, and those discussions are going on all the time now about how the future of the game looks.
Here's White. Ooh, edged by Clark. He's looking uncertain out there, Jordan, at the moment, and that's dropped just short of Finlay Bean at third slip. Good over. He's bowling well this morning with his Kookaburra, Jack White. 350 for 5 at the end of that one. That's 88 overs now complete, 8 with his second new ball. So you mentioned the stewarding. There has been accusations that it was inadequate on the first day of the game. An entry into the pavilion was unchecked. Is that a concern? Is that just symptomatic of what the situation is here financially?
Well, I think it's certainly an element, and we have fewer stewards than we have historically. But obviously, the amount that we need under the law, there is a requirement. We have actually done something about that on the second and third days. It is, I mean, Yorkshire members get the privilege of going into the pavilion, and we love welcoming all our friends from Yorkshire, and we have done over many, many years. And that's something obviously we want to continue and help. But it is a balance how you actually divide a game that's under an awful lot of.
And Code at the end of his run then on the Trafalgar Square end. Bowling here to Josh Blake, who walks into this shot. Both these players now have taken to doing that, trying to negate that extra bit of bounce, turn that one into the leg side, and Rev is fielded. Back-to-back fixtures, of course. First time we've had 2 games back-to-back for donkey's years, really, it feels to me. What was the situation with that? Is that something that you were just given, or did you request that?
Yeah, I mean, we don't actually control the fixtures. They're all ECB, and we abide by that.
Got in. Ooh, Blake gets that towards the inside of the bat. So both these players this morning have been challenged out there in the middle with the bat.
We work closely with Yorkshire in terms of fixture allocation, but given that I've given you the population trends, there's no point in coming to Scarborough in April or May, and I think probably they'd be better being split a bit more, but I'm not sure about that.
As in comes Code again, and Blake this time a little more comfortably, but maybe a bit outside edge. He gets one away wide of the cordon. Will Luxton zips
Yeah.
after it, and they get one run.
I mean, we've made our point to the ECB. We had a director of the ECB up here on Tuesday, and I used that opportunity to just, point out some of the things about scheduling. But I have to say that since COVID, since 2020, it's been incredibly difficult, and the game is not the same as it was, and we have to adapt to it. And I mean, we've got a stand issue with the North Stand, the one that you're sitting on,
Yes,
Doigi.
I'm
And
slightly worried about that.
well,
but,
I've got a magic button here, just in case.
is that an eject?
Yeah,
Trapdoor.
you've got it, absolutely.
This will be a trapdoor through to the gents on it, I think, downstairs.
No, we'll put you out the back, I think.
Going over the wicket to Clark, who smothers that one defensively.
Yeah, I mean, this stand is over 100 years old. It was built in the sort of early times of concrete, and the structural survey was very, very difficult in terms of. They said, well, you can only use it if it's propped, and for this season it is propped with scaffolding that's cost £45,000 to actually put in, and will be taken down because it's not ours. So we've got a decision to make next year, and we're obviously talking to Yorkshire and all that, because this is the Yorkshire's number one outground, and. I know there's talk of Abbeydale and places like that, but that's going to be way down the track. It's going to be 5-10 years away.
Just a dot ball back over 3-1-4-5. So it wasn't an ugly limit. Clearly,
I mean, just the way it is. With one man chances, who tries to dominate it, and also here we can see them some chances.
and he's goes back on the side, no run. Look at big again, Shelley, ready for next holiday back here.
Well, I wish you as ever. And it's nice to see you in your shorts. Well, I think it is anyway. It's one of the delights that sometimes I have to appreciate. But
in terms of those finances, how reliant on Yorkshire County Cricket Club are Scarborough Cricket Club, if at all? So the herring out that was done the rope and going to keep 2 3 for 5 on 2 15 that single boundary for his 4. So what about that factor in terms of what are you doing, if you like, or what can you to generate your own
that's a fair
income?
question, Doji. We are in fact we're focusing on youth.
That's in white in wide whites, white of Blake's off stump, no run.
Our youth membership has gone from something like 40 members to 130 in the last. I mean, there's a lot of people who could do with more coaching. You have to take coaches. I mean, we're trying to sort of build up through the age group, and you need better coaches as they get old. Those are the sorts of issues. But we are in really close contact with Yorkshire about what happens in the future and how it is, because we all want.
White is in. That's played out square on the offside by Blake. No run.
I mean, you've been coming here for years. People love coming here. It's why it's popular. The crowds. And we want that to continue, and we need the game to help us to actually do that. Should we have a T20 here? We've got enough seats, more than enough seats, and got the facilities.
Right. To Blake, who's flicking one off his legs again. Ex-field by James Watton diving to his left. Super stuff from him, prevents a run. Again, I've heard you've mentioned T20, different story on that is will they, won't they, do they want one or not?
Well, that's not in our control, and we would very much like to have a T20 just to see what happened. If it's a weekend, to be in data because we haven't got any, but the time of year that should be fun, and one of the best tracks.
Ooh, good delivery from White on the right. It goes past Blake through to the of Duke. No 3-5.
We've got probably one of the best rounds in the ECB around the ward 7 or 8 times in the last 7 years. And you bounce barriers to Gillespie, who actually honestly, both our games. I think it's limited. I think that's good. That's my probably be
good delivery. Doesn't it? W Clark. I don't think he's 80%. I think that's about the position in terms of final assistance from County Cricket Club that operate between the two.
I think the bill, and as I said earlier, we're in discussion with Yorkshire and we will work out that we can actually continue to exist, I'm sure, because at the end of the day this is a huge asset for Yorkshire. It is just one of the places that people want to watch cricket and come, and we can papers.
Yeah, by John Clark. What's the situation at the moment?
Well, I'm at the moment we fair costs and income and all that sort of thing, and that I think that's going to change with how that works to suit both clubs. And Yorkshire will obviously be hoping at the moment that this 100 deal goes through in the next few days, and that's going to help the situation. The discussions are going on, Doiji, and they will continue. My guess is over the next 3 months.
And so if there's a change to the calendar, there are a reduced number of county championship games. Code coming in to bowl to Clark, who's driven firmly towards mid-off, and this time after a great catch, Best down to prevent that going for 4. Nice shot, Jones on to 8, 357.5. Where do you feel you're going to sit in and among all of that? Because of course your championship game this year, Headingley have got 4 at the moment, and the other 2 are here. Is there any concern on that front from you if there were 2 fewer games a season?
Well, obviously there is. I mean, we would like more cricket here. We've got the facilities and we've got the infrastructure, and at least here you're behind the bowler's arm and you can actually see what's happening, where that's not always the case elsewhere. And I think that's important. It's how we change between Yorkshire and ourselves given their new situation.
Making his way in again. Clark again, not quite playing that with certainty. Slightly opened up, outside edge along the deck, to the point where John Thompson fielding it. One of the other questions that the supporters have been asking me, you know me, but I don't deal with ignorant speculation, but apparently there has at Yorkshire County Cricket Club might buy a cricket club. Yeah, is that true or false?
It's a rumour. I mean, it's a rumour. We're looking at ways that will suit people. You wouldn't expect me to comment on something that isn't decided.
I fully expect you to comment on it as into the deck. And John Thompson, before leaving the field of play, 357 for 5 at the end of that over. 90 is showing on board, so that's complete.
Not an easy time.
Answer 50-50, phone a friend.
We'll see where we go. I think by the end of the year we'll both know where we're going to get there, what the implications are. The number one requirement is that this continues to provide the class entertainment that it's provided over decades and is popular with people. But that's got to be the objective.
White marking to Josh Blake, who's still lovely off the bat. Just a little too much with from Jack and Red. 55. Yes. Meaning Josh Blake and Jack White in again, and Blake this time didn't. If this were a boxing match, Bill, I can only liken it to something like Ali versus Bugner in Kuala Lumpur 1975, where Joe ran to the 4 corners of the ring, and Ali was absolutely exhausted come the end of it, trying to land a blow.
You're a one-off, Doiji. Thank goodness.
White over the wicket. Oh, nice shot again from Blake. This time hammered into the turf. He's not going to get a boundary because Revis is sweeping square on the offside.
I mean, you
1 run.
We've had the pleasure of your company and we've had some fun together, and I hope we will continue to do so. And you'll be as direct as you usually are.
Well, you've not asked me to leave the com box just yet, so I take it we're still friends.
That's just about. We're all right. We'll keep going for another. Well, next week you can come.
Yeah, forget the one days. Perhaps that's best.
Well, let's take one game at a time.
Jack White coming in again. This time to Clark, who again falls over one slightly, not in danger of castling him.
Now tell me, Deutsche, you go all over the country on this job, and you see all these various grounds.
I do the questions, not you.
No, I'm going to change this round now. How do you rate Scarborough then, Deutsche? What's your in all the ones you've seen?
It's just brilliant, isn't it? Just needs upgrading, Bill. Just needs upgrading. So we need to get rid of the north stand and rebuild it.
There you go. You've got a couple of million you want to give us?
With a proper, comfort commentary box as
aircon, blinds. Yeah, you haven't had a go about the blinds, man. I suppose it has been raining this time.
There's the evidence. You can see. I don't need to mention the blinds, do I?
No,
just flapping up in the breeze.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Chocolate fire guards and all that. But yeah, I mean that is it, isn't it? The playing area, superb. Dodsey's done a fantastic job again with the deck this week. He always does. That never disappoints. We get great cricket here, and we all love to come. And I think we're just all a bit worried that we might not be, coming here for too much longer if things don't change. That's all. So.
I think that's absolutely fair, and we're all in the same position on that, which is why these discussions are important.
Here's White in, and Blake drops that out into the offside for Luxton to field and complete the over at 363 for 5.
I mean, I think that the issue is we all are, remember the great players that have played here and the great games, and it's been the atmosphere when it was the festival was at the end of the season and there wasn't as much as there now, and the game's changed, and we just need to restructure in any way we can, and that applies to Yorkshire and other counties and us, because this is worth preserving, and we need to make every effort we can. But it's keeping this stadium going requires quite a lot of money.
1863, have I got that right? Something like that.
I didn't think you were here then.
Well, I know you faced the first delivery on the ground as Clark from the crease turns that to the leg side and picks up a single.
I will tell you a little story that I did in the marquee, because a couple of years ago I was doing a welcome for people coming, and I mentioned the fact that it's 176 years since the club was formed, and that all the greats from W.G. Grace have come, and Dickie Bird was in the. And I said, and I understand that Dickie might have played with him, you see, and a few people laughed. Never mind. And after the lunch, 2 people came up and said to Dickie, "Did you actually play with W.G. Grace?"
And he said, "No, Bill did."
He only missed it by a few years, but there you go.
Short ball from Ben Code worked away back at a point for a single there by Blake.
Yeah.
So challenges.
I'm afraid so.
And I think all those of us who love cricket and who love cricket at Scarborough in particular wish you well in getting the answers that we all want, really, from those judges.
That's very, very, very kind of you, Dodgy, and we want to continue. We love working with the media, and it's worth the effort to preserve what we have and keep it going. It will change, but it's worth preserving.
Yeah, another dot ball there to Jordan Clark, nearly Jordan Thompson, and we feel like they should have the national anthem at this stage.
Well, I thought you were going to sing it then for a horrible moment.
Cody's in, and Clark defends into the offside and fielded by Matthew Revis, and there is no. You go now. It's like,
have I done? Have you done with me now? Are you going to throw me out
You've
now?
answered all of the teacher's questions of a fashion. There might be a resit point. Must have. Okay.
It's great to
So
you.
away and do further revision.
And Howell's in box. It's absolutely done. No, he's on ball, clearly.
Coding, Clark drops into the offside. Here by Matthew Revis, off direct draw. To Labour, no.
All right.
You'll have all of it over your ivory on the rusting staircase, away to our left, top of the staircase.
15,000 if you'd like to actually give the money for that.
There you go, folks. If you want to improve Bill's comfort at the side of the field, not much to ask, is it? 15 is it a back pocket job, that, Bill?
Your brand, but they would be very welcome.
Here's Blake driving and fielded by Luxton. They'll pick up 1. I was going to say now, what were you...
Oh, it's good. I want to see one round anyway.
I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah.
we will be back next week, and we'll be delighted to see you again. And
Well, that's very kind of you. But don't ask me the same questions again, because I will give you the same answers.
I'll just rephrase them.
Good.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Bill, as ever.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, good luck to everybody.
Bill Musto, 367 for 5. We should bring DT in for a quarter of an hour so before he comes on. And have a chat with... thanks, William. Lovely pocket handkerchief as well. Very impressive. I must add that to my my repertoire. Now then, Will Sutherland is on for the first time today at the B-Zone Park End. Pushed to mid off where Jack White does the fielding. Jack, well done. Cracking. It's been a really good find for Yorkshire this year. The 200 hours of red and off the back end of October time. And he's done superbly, I think. Very good addition. Up front with Ben Code. Full partnership together. Will Sutherland. I haven't seen much of him with the ball really, because I during the T20s. And that's turned into the leg side by Blake. No run. DT is just moving himself into position. We'll give him quarter of an hour of airtime with Cameron for their chat. We'll listen to what Cameron's got to say and the perspectives on things, as well as in that's turned around the corner big for a single Code coming in from long leg. 3 now to Josh Blake, 367 for 5, running us more recently. The 1 wicket to have fallen this after 11 minutes of play, 85.30 was when Ryan Patel struck one pretty firmly toward it off, and Don Bess, who's standing in, I think, as skipper in front of Johnny Bairstow. A really good catch, diving to his left. Jack White taking that wicket. Patel gone for 92 from 142 balls, 9 4s and 3 6s. Morning, DT.
Morning, Georgie. I'm just sort of trying to sort this headset out. I think Alder Bill's hearing aid has done something. He's taken the padding off it.
Lovely by Clark there, ball just too short wide from Sutherland. Got away through third man for 3-7 for 5. Yorkshire, although if they did the wicket, let's try and pick up third bowling body, but the way this ball on the pitch is played, it's got to be unlikely. They do still have 17 overs to try and leave opportunity, but that's a little bit quick. So I that through Wilson and was on clock a little bit, chopped it into the deck, playing a little bit late this time. No run.
Effort ball, I think they call that, don't they?
Is that right? You remember those days?
Yeah, well, I was unlike yourself, who was sort of steamed in a bit. I was at a bold, gentle medium with a little bit of late movement, which was, in any form of cricket, a good delivery.
Sutherland and Clark dropped the offside. Oh, that was nearly the 6 wicket, and Blake was looking for the James Watton the stumps at the non-striking end, and he missed away. They've got run as Bolton up.
I think he would have been back.
Yeah.
But it was one of those where Wharton was that close to the stumps, he could almost have, his momentum could almost have killed him, couldn't he? Oh, it might not have been on the side on replay. Excited into the book. Decent again, given the state of that. Was Bill happy enough with these other crowds, or was he?
7,000 or so have been through the gates in the first 3 days, so I'll maybe lose today actually. Can't remember the specific word he used now as Code is in, and again Clark, he's had a tendency to fall over a few of these deliveries that have nipped. He's just done the same again, but he survives it. Plus 16 on his back and the same number of runs against his name on the scoreboard. These are the 2 bowlers who started the day, Code and Jack White, asking a few questions. Cody's in again, bowling to Clark once more. Doesn't get a big stride in, does he, coming forward, and still managed to have the eye to watch that and drop it out into the pitch next to his feet, no run. The Musto makes his way back to the safety of the balcony over there by the club offices.
Did you grill him? Did you go into your best packsman?
Good delivery again from Code, and once more Clark is unable to get far forward to it, but they've both adopted a policy of trying to walk into some of these deliveries.
Last night we saw Bairstow come up to the Stoneway, and Harry G might that. But did you get the information out of Bill?
He just played the usual.
Elba.
Lots of discussions ongoing as he's into the pitch by Jordan Clark.
Just about number games every year, don't they? Season changes.
Yeah, and some concern that they might not have as much cricket if the season does change. Clark pushes to mid, and there is no run. We want more cricket here rather than less, quote unquote.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And
distinctive smell of sun cream on the com box here. That sort of day, isn't it, as well? Bright. Part of the day for commentators because of the straight into the box. Good bowling. Clark plays nicely to mid-on. The ball bobbles before reaching Jack White, but in true traditional learn how to field young lad fashion, he gets his ball right behind him to get through for one run, but could have been worse. He could have been 4.
Well, we saw the first day, didn't we? That was done by one difficult bounce of it or something, and went back for 4. After that early excitement of Patel going, it's down a little bit. Looking the ground on the balcony up there. It's a long way away though, the houses to the east side. You've got that nice viewing platform up there next to the house, but you'll be way away. As far as you'll be away when you're watching it, no doubt. Because maybe you need some binoculars or whatever. So number 15 is Brunswick Miss Bowles, and up on his Jordan Clark and had there. On bleachers and that. Good ball for chats going on. Sutherland bowl just kept a little bit low, and came back, got his bat down on it late. To Legley, trying to do the field in the bat through for a single. And that first in discussing the events of the previous evening, or going on to pubs, etc., and other hostel. Sutherland Bowles defended into the side. There were, I was going to say, 4 fellas staying at my B&B down for breakfast every morning, big fry up. I say old fellas, a couple of them are probably younger than me, but you know, every year discussing what's going to happen, and then discussing various topics of the day, entertainment during breakfast. Sutherland 2 slips as he bowls, and that goes between the second slip, and Gully races away down the corner of the ground, just round from the hospitality tent. 4 runs. Follow-on target's been well past now. Never any danger of that happening, really. 7-9 for 5. Young man walking past with a couple of coffees and a Barcelona football shirt. I assume it's Barcelona. Quite distinctive, aren't they? Sutherland bowls and just turned into the onside this time with the left-handed Blake. No run. Couple of slips, Gully, 2 men saving 1. The sweeper out on the cover boundary, or I assume he's out there somewhere, yes, standing in front of the tractor. And a long leg, mid-on and mid-wicket. Jack White took the wicket to fall this morning, but quite tidily. In fact, that's not Jack White, it's mid-wicket. He's at mid-off as that next ball is turned round the corner. Blake wants a single off, or a leg by. Doesn't get it, sent back. Last ball of the over. 379.45. We told the listeners we had the Memorial Cali fish and chips last night, and
No, we had other fish to fry this morning.
chatting away to Bill Muster, Mr. Scarborough Cricket. It was quite a good little do. You're very good at getting up and giving those little impromptu speeches, aren't you? Your MCing experience. Not easy to do. Anyone can do that.
There's Code bowling to Jordan. Plays out into the offside, no run.
Remembered.
He's just about trying a few, wasn't it? To recognise them. People that made the effort and it not be effect than not effort at all. I was in to get him in for other people. Then, because you're okay to get tended to be left by people, but it's actually not great at doing it. Has a go and make the Irish thing.
He's really good at that. That's Bradders.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, he'd just be a natural, wouldn't he? There's a bit of humour thrown in as well. Here's Code again. Passes by long and John Clark in like something being to field, no wrong.
A lot of people in there who remembered Cali and raised a glass to him.
Eight years, he was a good man.
7, 2008.
Sorry, that count. By Code, they're really behind here, and very sure that was out. Idle Long wasn't. Still applying the policy of give nothing here. Those who can see the replay.
That's a good decision. That's come off the thigh pad.
Yeah, beat the bat by about 4 inches by the time it went by, didn't it?
Yeah, I was a little bit critical of Mr. Lloyd yesterday, but can't complain about that one at all. That was a very good decision. Credit where it's due.
Code in again. Clark works off the legs. He's going to take on the infield for a quick single. Gets there as well. Jack White with a throw missing. No run. I think we might do a change up on a change, DT. So if you want to extricate yourself from that chair to take over from me, we'll bring Churchy in. We'll bring Churchy in. So we got to midday, and in comes Code. Ooh, good delivery from Code. And again he's appealing. Blake driving at that ball. Harry Duke takes the catch. He's got the double teapot on as Harry. And that has been given as not out. Get a chance to see it again. Those who can. There's sunlight on the picture this again. Very slow motion. About hit the ground.
I hit the ground because I was sat outside and it did make a woody noise. Bowling though, again from Benko, he bowled beautifully this morning from that Trafalgar Square end. Yorkshire have been great this morning with the ball. They have made life very, very hard work for Surrey. The wicket of Ryan Patel for 92. And it's going to be Will Sutherland to continue from this Pease Home Park end of the ground. And Jordan Clark will be the man on strike on 19. 380 for 5 now. Surrey, as in over the wicket comes Sutherland then to Jordan Clark. Clark slapping this off the front foot violently through cover for 4. It's a typical Jordan Clark shot, really. Stand and deliver. Little like Dick Turpin. Whistles over the boundary. And Adamant over the boundary rope for 4. 384 for 5.
Didn't he have 2 drummers in his bat, Adamant?
Did he really?
Was that his sort of... Was that his gimmick?
Well, I think way dressed up as well. But he's on 24, 384 now. 5 sorry, feeling away for 14 point. You've won away for second bowling. 27 not out, Sutherland will come around the wicket to left Blake, and Blake is turning this officially toward mid-on. There is no run. Just in case you're joining us today, Harry Duke has got gloves up.
Apparently, it's had a man start rolling.
Do you see that we drop? Actually, yeah, that's a valid point. Tomorrow Sutherland comes around once more and did ride Blake, taking sides away to the leg side.
But Hammond.
No.
Adam had a TV series in the 60s, I think, about some time travel. They'd put him to sleep in one of those ice things around the First World War. Mm-hmm. And then he'd wake up in the 60s and he'd be like, blah, blah. Yeah. The reason I mentioned that, there is a reason.
You played?
I didn't play.
No.
I will tell you this ball.
Super. As Will Sutherland, around the wicket he comes, shot from Josh Blake. Just put the hand into a length ball on or around ump and put it through the leg side for 4. So he's on to 31. Surrey move on to 389 for 5.
Are you all agog, aren't you?
I am waiting, as are the listeners, with bated breath for this.
Adam Adamant was played by Gerald Harper, who was a bit of a heartthrob in the 1960s. My mum was a bit sweet on him,
Right.
as housewives back in those days were.
Right.
And he died, I think, earlier this month, age of 96 or something.
It's a shame. As this one's pulled away by Blake out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single. And that's sad news, but it wasn't quite what I was expecting at the end of the story. I thought it was going to be something about you were in his lines. That's how Captain America was done. He was put in a chamber, and then he came out. He went in all thin weedy, and he kept a bit like yourself, all hung. Yeah. Well, I've heard of really the elastic way after, as they said. He was always saying he had to do a trick this morning.
Well, it looks as though we've got the guest.
Do you want to go over? Or?
Has he done this before? He knows what he's doing.
Certainly does.
Okay.
And you're having a lovely morning. You're into commentator this morning, aren't you? You really are. Right, DT, we need a goal. Get you on for 5 minutes. It's the left-handed Josh Blake on strike. There is a slip, there's a gully, there's a cover, there's a wideish mid-off, a straightish mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket, the deep backward scratch of the terracing, and Jack White is back into the attack, but this time around the wicket in the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Terrific spell from Ben Code this morning, and very good afternoon to Mr. Cameron.
Hello. How are you?
Good of you to join us, friend. Very good of you. How was your hit this morning?
The nets have been a little bit wet for the first couple of days.
Yes.
So a little bit spicy, so I've kept it bowling at a tuck mostly.
Right. I did see you marching out that pad. So
Always be
as around the wicket, and that's plays it. There's on there, a hand on. Thoughts on Williams? Haven't they?
Yeah, that was really funny. And Copy, as you said, that so there was very good. A little more good signs so I can get in front.
Well, I was saying, sort of cool will be that if there are 50, obviously 100 and overs, as arriving at something to play. We'll get a couple, 2 total, wouldn't and get round to the field, and 192 fast. At 67 half gang, and they're all out. High than you because as I say, we've seen a bit this morning for the seamers, as around the wicket again goes White, and this is Josh Blake into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single, and then of course Syker Shaw will be fascinating second time round.
But he been there before.
The Tim says, I can see whatever happens, scoring a lot in that really. Yeah, in that first 19 block balls, and just one boundary in their first 19. Never that it goes 1 to 2 on the park before this one back up the pitch, and there's no.
Yeah, it was a shame for that he attacked at the end, just sort of bit of graveyard Jeffrey, so beautifully. So his figures didn't conveniently had 50, used him quite well. Yeah, bowled.
So with John Bears was fascinating actually, because Johnny got him once for Sydney, then first tried to come down the ground, then right up in the air. Over the wicket once again to forward he comes straight to the pitch, and it is a run. So sorry, 393-5 to remind. The first inning total for Yorkshire 515 for 6 declared, and 35 to try very nicely. 24 Ryan Bland to go this morning, 92 100. Thought 3 yesterday. Well, had a bit of trouble with the short time.
A little bit of luck. We were trying to send it to the casino.
Well, I did mention something with him when a seagull posited its lunch on him, and over the wicket comes Sutherland, and flicked through the leg side again. Here's Blake, little inside edge onto his front pad, and it runs away, and a little bit did land on Ryan's trousers. I'd say that, but that's luck. That is a good omen, so it proved to be. It is one of the things you have to look out here in Scarborough. There is a terrifying poster of Dills.
I haven't.
With a small child being carried away by a seagull.
I thought when you said terrifying.
By the hood of the small child's coat, as whipped into the leg side again by Josh Blake. Good shot. Just let the ball come to him. and then the bottom hand into it, and through the leg side it goes, and Johnny growing confidence all the while. He's on to 39, we've got 375.
When you said terrapost there, I thought you meant the mural of Johnny Bairstow.
Yes.
I thought you were going to talk about that.
Yeah.
And that is scary stuff.
That is terrifying. That is a hot day there. They've painted, that's his celebration when he 100 against New Zealand. I remember that very, very well. It is frightening. As in once again goes Sutherland, short, pulled by the two men, and it's away for 4 and Surrey 400. It's fourth batting point for Surrey, 401 for 5, trail now 116. And Johnny moves on 43, which is his highest score in Championship cricket for Surrey.
Done nicely, hasn't he?
He has.
Just started to get to groove now, up in the anti-slide.
He is. He came out in a tough period last night against the ball and got through that and has got through a very, very fine spell of Benko from that Trafalgar square the ground this morning. And partnership, this between himself and Jordan Clark. Sutherland in, another short one again, rolling the wrist on it, out there, one more charge to 44, 42 for 5. So yes, there is that. Even though Johnny's not here today, he's still sort of looming over everybody.
Screaming at his men to take some wickets.
He does it, yes. As I say, I think that's a holiday apartment. Down it's got a hot tub in.
Sleep 16.
Yeah, with a hot tub. As the wicket comes Sutherland, that's short. Sort of ahead of this is Jordan Clark. That's gone all the marquee for 6. Sutherland try both Triple A and Jordan Clark, and both of them up. And this is a typical innings. On 30 he goes, 85. Yeah, like grown up. First name on the tee. And hooking that one straight into marquee. There's nobody in the day because the last day, so nobody to dive up there. There's in front of it. Because the marquee is all set up. Took it once again. Goes dribbling, fine. Out to the score on the Cavalry. They'll pick us in that one with 31 to 44, 409. Actually, Jordan Clark's a guy for Josh at the other end, isn't he, in this situation?
Runs very hard, does Jordan. I think it's with his experience at one end, probably taking pressure off Josh Blake a bit. Jordan's naturally a good runner. Obviously, he's played a hell of a wicket. Josh Blake in his third. He's run balls having a shit. Really to the use of chin done at LSE.
And that showed because he really did. The other thing with Jordan Clark is if they're in for Blake, they're still with that. As I say, Clark was sort of demonstrations. Over the wicket then is hello. Jordan took his head stick on after that. And it's nipped back at the inside edge and it's taken by Finney B away to Tanser. I think we know where Jordan Clark was trying to put it, and that was long off. But as it nipped back, it beat his inside. But again, it's a shot that from Jordan Clark, isn't it?
Keeps things very simple, Jordan. I think he hit that into the mural.
Yes, maybe he is. He's targeting Johnny Bairstow down there in the distance. 409 for 5, Surrey. Over the big end goes and beats Jordan Clark on the outside this time. So that's not bowling from White. But again, Cameron, we've seen it back. We've seen that one hold its line. There is a little bit more there today with this newish Kookaburra, isn't there?
Yeah, it'll be a fascinating day's play, really, because if Surrey can get up to 450 here within the 110 overs, still only 5 or 6 wickets down, and got a really good launching pad for a potential result.
In over the wicket once again comes White, and that nips back at Jordan Clark, hits him amidships, rolls down into the leg side. And as I said, if Surrey did get there and then went after it and wall out, but still, and actually in terms of the game, that's no bad thing in terms of the game. And as mentioned it yesterday, and you mentioned it this morning, Surrey could always pull the plug behind Yorkshire, and then Yorkshire out there. Still a good pitch to put on. We've seen it through the game, but it does seem to be a little bit more there this morning for the quicker men. Over the wicket once again, White, and pushing this one back up the pitch is Jordan Clark, and there is no run. How has your time in Scarborough been, Cameron Steele?
Wonderful as always.
It's great, isn't it? It really is.
And the lack of training facilities, I've had a wonderful time. It's going to be when the sun's out.
Yeah. Well, we've normally been pretty fortunate that we've got, but here in off rain last day, you got trapped in the commentary box. Now. And over the wicket once again comes Walworth, goes Jordan Clark inside edge into the thing, just it a little good, and he will just be one. And for both sides, and also staying in the centre, but it's a 10-walk front beat run up the ground. It's just a lovely way to do it. And Yorkshire as well, Headingley, driving into Headingley, and some of the, not complaining, but to be able just to stroll to the ground, lovely, isn't it?
Very nice. It's also really nice to have it sort of travel a bit times and can be a little past now, but
no, that's part of it.
One thing I've done is my case.
Yes, because I was talking to you about that, and you like an arc, don't you? In around the wicket once again goes White to Blake. Shot driven through the covers, Josh Blake, and that's going to run away 4, and that's going to take him on to 48. He's just growing into this innings, is Josh Blake. 414 for 5 at the end of the over. Blake doing a terrific job here for Surrey. It's last day here on Sports Extra 3, BBC Sport website app, and alongside us. Yes, you like a sort of slot machine, don't you?
Tipping point machine is my tipple.
Oh, yes, yeah. That's where you put the 2p's in, and it goes down, and then it can push.
I would say it's
a
crippling addiction of mine. Yeah, so I've been banned by myself.
Oh, were you spinning too many 2p's?
Every little helps.
They do. 2p's can add up. It's going to be Dom Bess into the attack. Yes, anybody who's seen Tipping Point will know the game we're talking about. But there's a bit of jeopardy and suspense there, isn't there, really, with that game? It is exciting, though, when lots of 2p's come out. And sometimes you can win a prize as well, a key ring or something. As forward is Jordan Clark to Dom Bess's first ball from this Peasholm Park end. Just hits the outer edge of the bat, rolls away into the offside. They'll pick up a single. And he moves on to 33 now. And 415 for 5, sorry. But yes, you can win a lot of 2p's, and sometimes they have a little prize, don't they, that can come out the little chute as well.
Can you imagine Premier League footballers doing that?
Not really. As in, around the wicket comes Dom Bess, and this one's down the leg side, hits the pad of Josh Blake, rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run. Not really, no.
I love this sport.
No, I think it's lovely that the cricketer likes that sort of thing. Sweeping is Blake, and this will be his first championship 50. Well played, Josh Blake. That's going to run away down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. He has played really well here, and it's no great surprise to anybody who knows him. But he's on to 52, a first championship 50 for Josh Blake, 419 for 5. This has been an excellent innings, hasn't it?
Masterful, actually.
Yeah.
He's a good player of spin as well, so I wonder if the floodgates might open now.
Around the wicket again goes Bess. Blake's on the back foot, cutting out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they will pick up a single. He moves on to 53, 420 for 5. So Surrey and Yorkshire after this, over 8 overs left for bonus points. So we've still got an awful lot of cricket to be played today. We really have. Sound of the seagull as over the wicket goes Bess, forward goes Clark, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Blake's paced it beautifully here. 101 overs gone to get first.
What this leg side hits that, rolls away, and there's no run. And he's done it at a tough period, because it was a tough period he came in last night at this over against the new ball, and this morning. That first half hour, 2 minutes wasn't straightforward, was it? But he's got through that, and you can just see him growing into the innings now, can't you?
You can always tell when someone's playing the short ball well as well. He's been very controlled. That short spell from Sutherland, those hook and pull shots straight along the ground. He's played really, really nicely.
He has. Just takes off his helmet and wipes some sweat off his brow, because it's a warm old day here in Scarborough today. We've got a bit of cloud cover, but we've got sun, which is terrific. It really is. This is the sort of Scarborough weather I remember for 4 days. As White, around the wicket he comes to Blake, and short ball, Blake pushes this one down the gully region, and
it's not Mystic.
But as I say, it's what I've been very fortunate, actually, and I'm trying to think, other than the sea fret of 2018. Now, this, you won't hear this, but basically the whole country was bathed in sunshine. I think it was day 3, apart from Scarborough, where this sea mist kept coming in. As around the wicket once again goes White, forward goes Blake, plays him back up the pitch. White does the fielding off his own snarl, and Ollie Pope was batting at the time. And what the umpires did very sensibly is, genuinely, we'd be sat here and all the players appeared missed, and you couldn't see any of it. They'd stay out there for 5 minutes, and they'd carry on again. But it happened throughout the day. But as I say, there wasn't a cloud inside. As is White, and this is tucked away off his hip bike down towards long leg. He's going to take a single. Blake on to 421.5. Now, sorry, the right-handed Jordan Clark comes back straight on 33. Season, sorry, won the championship, and some sat in the last 5 years won the championship, so it was a really big call for that. But as I say, they played Jordan Clark, 425, and Nelson sensibly, you're going straight there rather than going all the way there. That's good.
Frizz off there.
Lovely. No, thank you.
Tinderin would be lovely.
Very nice. You can go and have a visit of some of your old haunts. As in over the wicket once again comes White. This is flicked away wristily by Jordan Clark out there towards Mickey. That's another go on with the total. At the end of the over, 424 for 5, 55 to 18 to every line. It's coming.
Indeed. Bit tricky.
Yeah. Well, from 7 over to get all 50, so 26 off 7 over. That should be quite straightforward. But as you say, if you can have a couple of quiet overs, then that just squeezes that equation a touch. As I say, really well in this game, I think. He comes over the wicket to Clark, forward he goes, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I did actually see him this one. He did 9 up with a 50-yard boundary. I was pleased with the way it went. As in over the wicket he comes once again. Keeping his Jordan Clark out there, 40 backwards. And they will pick up a single.
Very handy cricketer having your side, Don Bess. Bats, bowls, fields. That was a good catch he took this morning to dismiss Ryan.
Yeah, he is a terrific cricketer, he really is. It's been nice catching up with Dan Moriarty as well. Great to see him.
He's out in the field at the moment.
Yes, he is. Because, of course, no Johnny Bairstow as reverse sweeping. Here we go. Exactly what Cameron Steele said. Josh Blake is a very good player of spin, and he's reverse sweeping for 4. Beautifully played by Josh Blake. He's on to 59. He's just ticking now. 429 for 5. Sorry.
Danny Moriarty's late at the moment. He's got Harry Duke behind stumps in place of Bairstow.
Yes, he did. So yeah, nice to see Dan Moriarty. Around the wicket goes Best. This one up forward goes the left-handed. He's this one back at pitch. And then no run. Of course, Surrey do get out there with the ball. James Taylor might be busy on the sideline. That's this one's away, and this time by Blake. That'll be 4 more. 63. 105. And this will be Blake.
And a nice pass out his shoulder.
You won't be there in the but the 12th man role years ago used to be you back it up and you and good point, Kevin. Forward, last one pushed down into the belly. Very good point for people. Around the focus as much as a long card, and if you can have really on the wicket, that's clock there around, wasn't it? Just that's very little of this.
Thompson's been Ryan, but his bounce has come quickly up the pitch.
And that's the impression we got over, and he's back. And so become 8 Scotland as well. 63 good Jordan Thompson. Another one past 6 left for batting and bowled 460. And Jordan Clark came 306. Ryan Patel went 92 early on this one. That was boring shot for 6, wasn't it?
Interesting going up here. Seeing to see how mid-off up. I wonder if Jordan might run down and try and hit it towards us here in the commentary box.
Well, he's got the option if he wants to. They've left, as Karen Steele says, mid-off up, but this is a flatter delivery from Dom Bess. Oh, now it's tucked into the leg side, and there is a misfield at short fine. So they will pick up a couple there.
Uncharacteristic. They've been good in the field, Yorkshire.
Yeah, very good. So that was an extra run.
That was Dan Moriarty.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but it was D. Moriarty's just run straight up of that. It's 436 for 5. And Jordan Clark is turning this one into the side. It's bubbling up nicely, this. Now, I think when we arrived on the logic was what we've seen this season, that actually this could be a day of batting and picking points. As this was alone by Jordan Clark outside off stump. But I know the way that Surrey go about their cricket, and whatever the conditions, they look to be positive. And that's exactly they think without going mad. As forward goes Jordan Clark, plays on back up. But you always talk about, whatever the situation, getting yourselves into a position to at least have a chance to have a go. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Bess is in again. Clark is slog sweeping. It's in the air and he got caught on the back. He got a lot of that actually. Jordan Clark slog sweeping. Outside his off stump. Hit it pretty flat, to be fair to him. But he's gone for a very well made 39. Surrey lose the 6th wicket. Yorkshire have a point. Clark on his way. 4-6 for 6 Surrey. But he got a fair amount of that, did Jordan Clark. But he has to go back to the dressing rooms. But that's been a good innings from Jordan Clark.
Very good innings. Very innings. You'd say it's done.
Yeah.
Hopefully we tick over to the 5th from Dom Pell. That's like just the slog sweep. We've seen a couple of offences off balls last night. Quite one. Is that his 4th wicket?
Yeah, it is. He's bowled very well here.
He's lucky yard.
Yeah, it's been good. Because it can't be.
It's the highest ring ground.
Yep, I didn't know that. That's a brilliant view. In here, it rocked great distance. James is at 46-6. And after this, there are 4 overs remaining. In over comes Bess to James, and 4 goes Javen to his first delivery. Welcome back to Listen Sport 3. And you're joining us now. Apologies. 2. And you're joining the wicket of Jordan just fallen to be the hardest runs to get.
We're in for a fascinating, shall we say?
To be the hardest runs to get.
We're in for a fascinating, shall we say? And Dom Bess has just bowled a very, very nice over from our end. What's this called? The C end?
The Pease Home Park end. Because we've got Pease Home Park behind us. As in around the wicket goes Thompson, driving again is Blake, bounces on him. Beats the edge, taken by Harry Duke, who is keeping wicket because Johnny Bairstow has had the call. So his partner has gone into labour, so he's headed off quite rightly, but he's still here because, as we were saying, there is this huge painting of him down in the distance on the back of the houses.
Big brother is watching you.
Around the wicket once again goes Jordan Thompson, driven by Blake. They've got the sweeper out there on the cover boundary rope, so he will get a single, will Josh Blake. That will move him on to 64. 437 for 6 Surrey. And this brings Jamie Overton on to strike, who, as we know, can also hit the ball a very long way, can Jamie Overton.
Like you say, one grown up for another.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Jamie Overton for Jordan Clark.
Yes. Settles himself down over his bat as the right-handed Jamie Overton. Jordan Thompson is over the wicket to him, and Overton gets a bit of bat on this, looking to flick it down towards fine leg. It goes back onto his pads, and Harry Duke comes round to do the retrieval work. Weather today is gorgeous. A bit of high white cloud, but the sun is beating down, so we haven't got any worries about weather today, because we have lost an awful lot of this game to the elements. But this is more a Scarborough day in July, really. Lots of people buying their ice creams. As over the wicket goes Thompson, and this is whipped by Jamie Overton into the leg side to get himself off the mark. Should only be a single, will only be a single. But Jamie Overton is up and running. 438 for 6. The one thing I have learnt here at Scarborough as well is mainly from you players, because you always wander over there to get your coffees. They do an excellent coffee over there to our right, don't they?
They have kept us. They've kept us caffeinated. That's for sure.
Yeah, I often see players being sent off to do the coffee run here at Scarborough. Around the wicket goes Thompson. Oh, now what's that hit? It's flown past Harry Duke. It's the outside edge. And it's bounced in front of Duke to his left off the outside edge of Josh Blake's bat. It's a good bit of bowling again from Jordan Thompson. And Blake picks up a boundary. That takes him on to 68. End of the over, 442 for 6. So Surrey now 8 runs away from maximum batting points.
Handy runs.
Yeah, handy runs. But again, sort of looking at Jordan Thompson, as you say, he's bowled really, really nicely. But again, Surrey won't mind seeing that. There is still a bit of movement there. And what's this ball into now? What have we got? We're into the 27th over with this ball, and there's still things happening. Dom Bess it is to come over the wicket. Here goes Jamie Overton sweeping behind square on the leg side. Should get a couple here. Will get a couple, Jamie Overton. So he'll move on to 3. And Surrey move on to 444 for 6.
What I will say about the conventional sweeps is there's only been one dismissal of it this week, and that was Will Jacks to Luxton.
Yep,
I think that's been the most
legs.
Productive shot of the spin.
It has. As over the wicket goes all Bess. Sweeping again is Jamie Overton. Bounces on him, beats the edge. Good bit of work from Duke. Whips off the bails, but Nigel Long. Well, the umpires haven't really given anything in this game. We were looking, no LBWs. Haven't really given a lot in this game. And again, over the wicket goes Bess. That bounces again on Overton. And sort of just looking ahead to this afternoon. I know he bowls left arm spin, but Syker sure won't mind that either. Could be a very interesting afternoon, this. It really could. Dom Bess. Over the wicket he comes again to Overton. And Overton just pushes off the back foot. Out there to Finley Bean, who comes up to do the fielding at cover.
Interesting you say about the LBWs. It's that Scarborough bounce, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think everything's given not out on height. As nearly round his legs, Jamie Overton. That couldn't have been too far away from that leg stump. That's the way that Will Jacks got Luxton. And Jamie Overton, they're looking to sweep conventionally, really, down through fine leg. Didn't get anything on it. Couldn't have been too far away from his leg stump as Bess goes wider of the crease this time and pushes it wide outside that off stump. Jamie Overton looks to cut. As always, Jamie Overton think that's a wide, but it isn't. And taken by Duke. Look, Jamie Overton just indicating how wide it was that he almost fell over to cut that. And, well, we were enjoying, I must admit, when it rained before lunch, Jamie Overton didn't think Surrey should be coming off at that point. So the Surrey players had all gone off, bar Jay Overton. And then R. Burns wandered past him, and I think just sort of said, Jamie, come off now. He's a hugely watchable cricketer, Jamie Overton. He really is.
I would love to know the inner workings of his mind.
Oh, he just there's always something going on. Jordan Thompson with 2 overs remaining of the 110. Oh, gets one to bounce on Blake again. He's just trying to nudge that down towards third man. He really is getting this to kick at the moment, isn't he?
Certainly is. Oh, just on Jamie O again. Do you remember him calling for the lawnmower in 2022?
I do remember him calling for the lawnmower in 2022.
That was one of the stranger requests I've seen at a cricket ground.
There's also the marvellous moment, which we may see this afternoon, of course, where he fields on his knees. That's always marvellous as well, because it sort of brings him down to everybody else's height. As Thompson's in, beats Blake again.
Well, he called for his box when he was down on his knees, and as 12th man, I had the pleasure of having to deliver his box to him.
Out. Yeah. That's a lovely job, that really is a lovely job.
When people say to me, what do you dream of as a cricketer?
Yeah,
that's right up there.
But that's why you've worked so hard over the years to get to that point of delivering Jamie Overton's abdominal guard to him.
Truly blessed.
Truly blessed. As around the wicket goes Jordan Thompson. That's a good shot, because Blake's got himself out of his crease there to get to the pitch of that. Drives it firmly through the covers. They'll get 3 here. Really good bit of batting that from Blake. He moves on to 71, and Surrey move on to 447 for 6. And Jamie Overton comes on to strike, because off the field of play, he is one of the gentlest, loveliest blokes you could ever wish to meet, I always think, Jay Overton. But he crosses that white line and something happens, isn't it?
We do like a bit of white line fever.
Yeah.
To a point, obviously.
Yes, to a point.
And I think Jamie O gets it right.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's so watchable. He really is, especially when he's in a really bad mood. He's so watchable.
Especially when he's bowling at his brother.
Well, that was extraordinary. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Thompson. Short ball, and this will be a boundary, will it? I'm not sure it's going to get there. Pulling away, yes. Jamie Overton down to the fine leg boundary rope. for 4. That is the 450 up for Surrey. So they have maximum batting points. And we've got about 15 minutes till lunch now. So be very interesting to see how Surrey go about it from here. They've got there now. They have maximum batting points. They're at 450. Overton settles himself down over his bat once more. Thompson is in, and Overton solidly forward, playing this one out into the offside. So yeah, this will be interesting now, but they've done that very well this morning, especially after the early loss of Ryan Patel.
Yeah, shout out to Josh Blake, really. He's done it beautifully. Just held up that end, ticked over, hit the bad ball for 4, and then Jordan Clark and now Jamie Overton have played very nicely around him.
They have indeed. 2 slips and a gully in there. As over the wicket goes Thompson once more. A short ball, that's pulled away by Jamie Overton. He will get a single out there towards deep backward square. One more to Jamie Overton. He will keep the strike. He'll move on to 8. Surrey moving on to 452 for 6. I'm just going to have a little look at other scores from around the country. Number 1, if I can find my glasses, Cameron Steele. I've had a terrible time with glasses on this trip. Sat on one pair before I got in the car. Then I can't find my other pair, so I had to buy these at the garage. They're not great, I have to say. I can sort of see what's going on my phone.
Would you like me to check the scores?
Yeah, you can do, actually. Hang on. I've got here is Don Bess, and Jamie Overton is working this one out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up a single. Are you able to find them on your phone? Because mine's just going around in circles now. Now I can't see what's going on in the middle because I've got my reading glasses on.
Right, well, we can start.
It's not going very well, is it?
That's okay.
Go on, off you go,
Start
Cameron.
with England-India.
Yeah, very good. As in over the wicket then comes Don Best to Overton. Here he goes down the pitch driving, but he won't get a run because it's up to Jordan Thompson at mid-off.
England are 313 for 2.
Yes.
Ollie Pope is on 64.
Excellent.
Joe Root is on 50. He's just overtaken Callis and Dravid.
He's getting there, isn't he? Oh dear, Jamie Overton. Well, he's come down the pitch. Best saw him coming, pushed it wider. He tried to get bat on it. He got a bottom edge and it's gone straight through Duke's legs and away for 4. So that's not the most elegant bit of cricket you're ever going to see, but it's effective and it's away for 4 ball. Right, so that's good news from Jay Root and good news from O Pope. So England going along nicely.
Warwickshire 145 for 3 against Worcestershire.
Yeah, they're on the chase of quite a big total, aren't they? As in over the wicket goes Best, driven by Overton firmly out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll come back for 2 more to the total, 2 more to Jamie Overton.
Warwickshire trail by 247 runs. Zen Malik's on 57, good young player.
Yep.
And Big Bo Webster's on 6.
Big Bo's out there. Big Bo Webster. 460 for 6. Here he goes again. Sweeping is Overton. 1 bounce, 2 bounces out towards deep backward square. They'll get a single. 1 more to the total. 1 more to Jamie Overton. 461 for 6.
Essex have beaten Sussex by an innings and 39 runs.
Right, so that's your first result of the day in. That's a big win for Essex, isn't it? It really is, down the bottom. As Bess around the wicket he comes, using his feet as Blake, little inside edge, but it rolls away into the leg side, and they're through for a single.
Matt Critchley took 4 wickets in the second innings. He also got 100.
He's had a good game.
He's had a very good game.
Good all-round great game for Matt Critchley. End of the over, 462 for 6, sorry. Continue, Cameron.
Well, we're about to see a bit of Adam Lyth.
We are indeed. The man, of course, who dismissed Jason Roy in the game, the gear over where, dear Jason Roy, he just wanted to whack him into the pavilion every ball, but he tried to play responsibly, didn't he, and then got himself in a bit of a muddle. So, Adam Lyth into the attack. So continue, Cameron Steele, with your scores from around the country.
Hampshire, 437 for 9 against Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
They trail by 141.
Right.
And Felix Organ's got 100. 106 off 304.
Excellent. Well done to him. So here is Lythe with his off breaks coming around the wicket to the left-handed Blake, who's forward and just pushes this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
North Ants are following on.
Yes.
And are 126 for 5.
They're struggling at Merchant Taylor's. Well, would you believe it? Adam Lythe has got rid of Josh Blake. There's Dom Bess going from the Peashome Park end. Adam Lythe comes into the attack and he's got one to bounce and turn at Josh Blake, and it's beaten him on the outside edge and he's stumped. But what a fine innings that has been from Josh Blake. But Dom Bess, well, he's got his 4 wickets, but Lythe did get that one to bounce and turn. And Blake goes for 72, but Cameron Still, that's been an excellent innings from Josh Blake.
Beautiful knock from Josh Blake there. His first-class high score. He's put Surrey in a really good position there. Got us to a 5th, steered us to a 5th batting point, and getting the worthy plaudits from the pavilion there.
He is. Nice bit of bowling from Adam Lythe. So there's a bit of turn and bounce now from the Trafalgar Square end, because yes, he pushed it wider, but it kept going. Yeah,
he's held it back. It's actually a very, very nice, canny piece of bowling.
He's not the worst off spinner, is he, Adam Lythe?
I would say Dan Lawrence and Will Jacks be licking their lips there.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, and Sai Kishore is out there now with the bat. Is Sai Kishore on his Surrey debut, of course. Picked up a couple of wickets with the ball. So, first delivery for Kishore, and he's forward and pushes it into the offside, and he's off the mark straight away. So, Surrey will move on to 463 for 7. Cameron Still, continue with your scores from around the country.
Yeah, so North Ants are following on against Middlesex, 127 for 5. They trail by 237.
Yeah, that at Merchant Taylor's school, I believe. Nice school, nice ground.
An outground week.
It is outground week this week. Yes, it certainly is.
And speaking of outgrounds, Gloucester look like they're about to win at Cheltenham.
Yes.
163 for 3.
Yes.
They require 13. Oh, no, sorry. That's second innings.
Turned into the leg side.
My first error.
No, you've been doing brilliantly by Jamie Overton. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total. So they're in their second innings. Following on. Thank you, Kevin House.
I really messed that one up.
No, don't you worry at all. As in around the wicket goes Lythe, and Kishore is turning this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Glamorgan trail Kent by 27 runs. They are 161 for 4.
I say. So there could be some results in this round, of course. As forward goes Kishore, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Well bowled, Adam Lythe picks up the wicket of Josh Blake for 72 it was, wasn't it? And 464 for 7.
Leicestershire look like they're about to beat Derby, who are 164 for 7 in their second innings.
We're not too far away now, surely, from Leicestershire guaranteeing promotion, if that's what happens.
No.
Way ahead of the end of the season, of course. They've absolutely run away with Division 2.
Rian Ahmed has had some game there.
Yes, now I was going to... Yes. Here is Dom Bess, then, coming in over the wicket to Jamie Overton. Oh, he's slog sweeping in his bowl, Jamie Overton. So, Surrey are pushing it before lunch, looking for the big slog sweep, bit of turn, and hits the top of the off stump. So, Jamie Overton goes for 18, and Surrey are 464 for 8.
Very handy 18.
Very handy 18. And well bowled Dom Bess. I think that's a 5 for D Best. Let me just go. Yep, 5 for D Best. And he does deserve that. So off goes Jamie Overton. 464. Thank you very much. 5 for 116. Thank you to Kate for that. Of course, if another wicket were to fall, lunch would be delayed. Because by half an hour maximum. Because that's of course what happens. So 464 for 8. Continue, Cameron, still with your... So Leicestershire are looking like winning.
They are. And Rian Ahmed has got 115 in the first innings. He took 6 for 51 in Derbyshire's first innings.
Lovely.
He then... just the 26 in the third innings. And then he has taken 5 for 60 of 26 overs.
So 111 wickets in the game. Is that what we're saying?
111 wickets in the game.
Yeah, that's a good effort, isn't it? So it's Matt Fisher out there in the middle, and he's forward to his first ball and just pokes this down into the leg side, and there's no run.
And the final result, obviously, was Somerset Durham.
Yeah, well, that happened weeks ago, didn't it?
It did.
As in over the wicket comes Bess, and Fisher's turning this one off his pads into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So yeah, we are getting some results in this round of the championship. As in again, Bess forward, Fisher, thick edge, runs away down towards the third man boundary rope, and they will pick up a couple here as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. So 2 more to the total. Off the mark goes Matt Fisher against his former county, of course. 466 for 8 Surrey. And of course, the first innings total for Yorkshire was 517 for 6. As that's spinning back. Now, has he got an inside edge onto pad? No, because Adam Lyth has dived forward, and there was an appeal from Dom Bess. And he leads a good lead, but Surrey have got themselves... Well, it's still just about over 50, this lead at the moment for Yorkshire. As forward goes Fisher, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Now, Yorkshire, I must check my watch. Yorkshire's sprinting around because I think they want to get as many in as they can before lunch, really. But it's fascinatingly poised, all this. It really is Cameron Steele now, isn't it?
Especially it was Syke Shaw and Matt Fisher can both bat, and we know that Dan Worrell can give it a whack.
Oh yes, of course. D. Worrell to come. 51 behind, Surrey. Here is Kershaw driving off a thick edge, sort of loop tantalisingly past Jack White, with Lyth continuing from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. So 50 exactly now. Surrey trail by.
Funny, when we met Cy, when he a couple of weeks ago, first training, we said, "How's your batting?" He goes, "Very good."
Well,
very good.
I loved it when he compared Scarborough to Chennai in his interview. As over the wicket comes Lyth to Fisher, and Fisher's turning into the leg side. Quick singles taken. 1 more to the total. Fisher moves on to 3, 468 for 8 now. Sorry, Kershaw comes back on to strike, so trailing now by 49. Sorry. Around the wicket goes Lyth, and Kershaw wasn't ready. He stepped away, and it's well bowled by Adam Lyth because he's hit the stumps, but then he just puts a hand up towards Cy Kershaw. Well, at least he's bowling it straight, Adam Lyth. We know that from around the wicket. But yes, Cy Kershaw wasn't quite ready, so he just stepped away quite rightly towards square leg.
A little bit of time wasting.
Yep. Yeah. There is that as well. As this is a quicker one, pushed away by Cy Kershaw out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up a single. That'll be 1 more to the total. 468 now for 8.
9.
Thank you very much, Kate. Yeah, the scoreboard sort of got a bit stuck over there. 469 for 8. As this will be whipped away by Fisher. Just opened up his feet, whipped it into the leg side out towards deep backward square. So 470 for 8 now, Surrey. So they're trailing by 47. 47 they trail by. 42 they trail by. As someone shouted, is it 40? I don't know. Anyway, let's continue with the commentary. As in around the wicket goes Adam Lyth, and Kershaw. Oh, now it's gone towards the leg side. It's gone off a big leading edge. It's looped into the offside, and he's going to get 2. So he was aiming for the marquee there, I think, Cameron Steele. But as I say, it came off a leading edge, looped away, and he picks up a couple of runs.
He's had a sprinkle of what Ryan Patel had yesterday.
Yes, he has. He really went after that. Lyth's really tossed this one up. Kershaw has driven this, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They will pick up another single, and that is one more to the total, and I think that will be lunch. So at lunch, 471 for 8, Surrey. So 471 for 8. And 5, okay, 1 second, Kate. 517 for 6 declared were Yorkshire. So it's been a fascinating morning, that, Cameron, still, hasn't it?
I'd say Surrey session. I'd like as well.
Yep.
Surrey will certainly be happy with getting the 5 batting points.
Yeah, they will do. And just a word again there for Josh Blake, and for Dom Bess, because Dom Bess has picked up a 5 for him, bowled really well in this game. But then Josh Blake with his 72, and those have been really valuable, important runs from Josh Blake at a tough time, haven't they?
Very much so. They'll do world of good for him and his career. But yeah, also, like you say, a word for Dom Bess and all the Yorkshire bowlers. They've actually contained it quite well this morning, regardless of whether Surrey got to the total that they wanted to or not.
Yeah, fascinatingly poised all this. So Surrey will go to lunch, having played pretty well this morning. Josh Blake with his highest championship score, and he'll be delighted with that. They'll go to lunch 473 for 8. Surrey, so they trail by 44 runs. Cameron
seeing in this afternoon session, then there could be a few fireworks.
Could be, but they're you know, if they just harbouring those little hopes of winning this game, they are, by batting on now, they're using up another 2 overs, aren't they, for the change of innings, which wouldn't have had it happened if they'd have declared at lunch.
Bess in. Kishore plays a reverse sweep but misses. Yeah, I think realistically the chances of a result, DT.
Well, they are very, you know, on the predictor it would be sort of about 2% or something like that, wouldn't it? But,
Bess in again. Kishore has played this one down to Sutherland, who's around from long off to field. They get back for 2. Don Bess. Just 5 for a little while for him. I'll be glad of that. Deserved it as well. 5 for 124 at this moment in time, and he has another one turning down the slight incline that is Scarborough's field, away from the outside edge of the left-hander. No run. The steward, who was clad all in black yesterday, has gone for a white t-shirt today with the black trousers and black cap, just down to our left as Bess throws one up wide of off stump and can't tempt Kishore into a rash shot. So 8 off the over so far, half dozen off the first ball and a 2. Jordan Thompson's getting a little warm down on the boundary by the pavilion. Has just discarded his sweater. And that was the final ball of the over, a dot. So 481 for 8. Kishore now on to 14. And his partner out there, Matthew Fisher, on 4.
yeah, it was some hit that first ball of the afternoon session. But well, we'll see how long they bat on here for. But Churchy tells us we've got to look out for Dan Worrell's batting, because he only owns 2 pieces of equipment.
They are what, pants?
No, they're not pads. A box protector and iPad. He borrows all the rest from other people. Doesn't take guard.
That just reminds me of when I started playing as a junior cricketer, and you had the sort of club kit bag.
So, start of first over from the far end. Jordan Thompson bowls a short one to Matthew Fisher. There'll be a few bragging rights on offer out there between those two, I would imagine, if one were to get the other.
In fact, DT, a couple of days ago when we had the rain and delayed start, and I wandered up to the town, as I was wandering back, I happened across a fella called Jonathan Ross, whose shirt, with its name still sewn into the collar, was my first cricket shirt in the late 70s. A few years older than me.
What was he doing in it?
Johnny, and I got the hand-me-down Jonathan Ross shirt and boots, I seem to recall, I think, at the time.
It's Thompson around the wicket, bowls, and Syke was launched that one past extra cover. Nice shot, I suppose we could say with that. Not necessarily out of the textbook, but he gets himself 4 runs.
It was a bit of a white ball, front leg out of the way. Just keep your eye on the ball and swing through the line shot, wasn't it, really?
So the field spread, as you could imagine it would be to these tail-enders. 3 men saving one on the off bowls, and there's going to be, I thought he got hold of that, headed over the keeper, but he hasn't. It's just gone through to Harry Duke, who's one of the busier little keepers on the circuit, isn't he? He's a little terrier out there. 2 men on the boundary on the offside at deep cover and third, and then you have 1, 2. There's nobody really close in. There's a wide mid-on on the onside. So his next delivery is again short, and I don't think he fancies this too much. Or let's say he might fancy it, but I don't think he's maybe got the technique against the shorter bowling as Syke Shaw. I'd like to have seen him this afternoon just putting on a bit of pressure. He wouldn't have given away many runs. Worked through 2 or 3 wickets. Well,
Might still be able to do that.
yeah, but sort of eating up his bowling time, this is, isn't it? Here's Thompson again round the wicket to the left-hander. Slower ball. He can't get quite hold of that. Oh, my word. Gentleman walking behind the sight screen there. I think he's had to loosen more notches on his belt than I have this week. That was wide, short and slow, really, from Thompson. It was a strange delivery, that one. Thompson again. And another short delivery now. He's not got the technique against the short stuff. He needs to work on that, doesn't he? Kishore, that goes through to Harry Duke as well. Chance for Duke to show what he can do behind the stumps. Will he get a game next week? If
Might well do.
John is having to do the turn up on a Tuesday, because new baby born on the presumably today. 3-year-old child, 3-day-old child.
Bess is in. That's pulled across the line by Matthew Fisher. Will Luxton will do the fielding down by the roller, west stand side of the ground.
Don't know about you, Dodgy, but I was back at Uxbridge commentating the day after I became a dad.
Where I was the day after you became a dad, as he's got underneath this one. Should be caught and bowled, Kishore, by Dom Bess, and is a 6th wicket for Dom Bess. Just big leading edge, probably, really. He's trying to flick it away into the leg side. He's gone for 18, 487 for the loss of 9 wickets now, and declaration or not, at the end could be 9, but
he did rather flatter to deceive with that first 6 after lunch, didn't he? Get his bat on too many. I don't think he got the middle of the bat on any of them after that. So Dan Worrell on his way out. The man who owns a groin protector and a thigh pad, and that's it apparently as far as his batting kit goes. He's not a batsman. He comes in at number 11, gives it a dart. Doesn't take guard apparently. Are we going to watch this? See whether Church is. He's wandering down to the striker's end, obviously. I mean, the batsman could have crossed for a run, but they'd have had to have gone back anyway. So there's Worrell. Has a look around the field. Has a look at the crease, and away he goes.
here comes Bess then, over the wicket. And, Worrell gets his front leg out of the way. Lofts that one over Finlay Bean, who's on the 1 at extra cover. Jordan Thompson has a bit of a run around the boundary edge, and they get through for a single.
Wonder whose bat he's got. Would you have lent him your bat, would you? You were a bit precious about lending bats and things like that, wouldn't you?
No, not really. Comes Bess again. Oh, that's a lovely lofted shot down the ground, a little bit out to in by Matthew Fisher, but we'll give him credit for 6 runs. Wide over long on, 12 to him now, 494 for 9. Now, the thing about lending things,
getting them back.
well, there's that. Here's Bess, and that is wide of off stump and left. No, I don't have a problem if somebody says, in your cricket team, I'm not got a bat, I've got to borrow yours today or whatever. It's that one where somebody's had the opportunity and refused something, and then they want something of yours. That's the one that niggles. That's a lovely reverse sweep by Matthew Fisher. Waited well. Dom Bess just holding that one back. And he's pinged that one away up towards the tea room for 4 runs. He's on to 16, 498 for 9. At the end of that Don Bess over.
As we know, he can bat, don't we? Can the boy Fisher scored a few decent runs for Yorkshire today. Good lower order batsman. Just having a look here to see what exactly you might have it down there, Dodgy. Do we know Don Best's career best? You got it.
It's not this.
Well, he's got 6 at the moment. I just wondered whether he's taken a 7 for. First ball of the next over from Thompson is played up to mid-off.
Yes, he has. Run. 7 for 43 is his best.
So can we call him a former England player now? Or he hasn't played for a long time, has he? Surprised when he was picked. Didn't let them down there. Thompson to Worrell Bowles. Worrell's got a short one and he swung that into the bleachers, over the bleachers, very nearly into the fish and chip pan. That's a tremendous blow from a man who just stands and delivers, basically, doesn't he? Oh dear, we're back to Adamant again. Yes. The wooden benches that haven't changed in at least 50 years, I doubt, on that side of the ground, probably more than that.
There's a bloke up there who looks a bit of a dandy highwayman on the top row. Went to fetch it in his brown and gold.
Next delivery from Clark, and Worrell just waits for that one, plays it quietly along the ground. Proper cricket shot. Nice to see a tail end who doesn't take it too seriously, isn't it? You used to get 9, 10 and Jack, and the innings would pretty soon be over. You knew that. Now, you know, they're practicing their batting in the indoor nets from November or whatever it is they do, and they're all bat and pad together. It's taken a bit of the charm out of the game, I feel. Always used to like watching Norman Cowan's bat. Thompson bowls, and that's hit out to deep mid wicket, just the one run there. You know, when Cowan's came out to bat, you'd either get 20 minutes of great entertainment or it would all be over in the next 2 deliveries.
Devon Malcolm, similarly.
Yeah. Tufnell, for different reasons. But even Tuffer's got a first-class 50 on one stage. Every dog has his day. The great tail end batsman. Anyway, next delivery from to Worrell is hit away down to third. He's going to get a couple of runs at least as it dribbled over the boundary. Out of our sight. Now it's just the 2 runs.
Yeah, Matthew Revis dived and lost the ball for a moment, but did manage to stop it inside the rope.
So Worrell moving merrily on. He's into double figures. 10 to him. 17 to Matthew Fisher, formerly of this parish. So Thompson, he'd love this final wicket. Bowles, very good Yorker, very nearly got the final wicket there. But again, that well played. He's clearly got a very good eye, hasn't he, Dan Worrell? Dug that one out. What other tail end batsmen were there back in the day? Oof. I'm trying to think. Has Kevin Howe's got any suggestions for
Danny Morrison?
Danny Morrison, I suppose we could include him.
RGD Willis.
Yeah, but he actually turned into he turned himself into a half useful batsman in the end, didn't he? He saved a test match with Peter Woolley against the West Indies. Batted for over a session.
Here is Bess, and he's got underneath this one with a slog sweep of a 6. Lovely pick up by Matthew Fisher, who is standing or kneeling and admiring at his old mate Dom Bess. And Surrey are about to go in the lead here. Just 3 behind. Another one of those, and there will be. Down by the ice cream van. That was a 99 from Matthew Fisher and took him to 23, and he's now on 24 with a flick down to deep backward square where Matthew Revis does the fielding.
A flick or a flake?
Something like that. Well, there now have been hundreds and thousands scored here on this ground during this match. Steps across and works that one to point, where it comes back with a bit of chocolate sauce and maybe some sherbet dip on. Passing again. Oh, now he's got underneath this one. Jordan Thompson is going backwards to try and catch it, and it crashes, as you'll have heard, into the base of the advertising boards fixed onto the railings in front of the pavilion. Matthew Fisher, 6 over long off. Dan Worrell, my apologies, 6 over long off. 521 for 9. Surrey are in front. And then Worrell steps away and hauls that delivery into the ground towards long on for 1.
He's obviously, had some batting coaching in the past, hasn't he? And would have probably taken his batting more seriously when he was a younger man, and can play the shots. But I'm enjoying this.
Fisher back on strike, and he plays something similar, slightly better timing about the shot to the incoming James Wharton, and picks up 1 to retain the strike. 523 for 9. Bit of entertainment to get us into the afternoon session. Other number 11, so he used to bat 11 for the Great Windies teams. Was Michael Holding at 11, was he?
Michael Holding?
No, he was a bit better than that, wasn't he?
He could bat, yes,
yeah.
He could bat a bit. Courtney Walsh, of course.
Of course, yeah, back end of that, wasn't he, for Courtney, and taking things further on. Yeah, Courtney and Kirtley really were. They could have a bit of fun. Courtney was kind of good for the comedy value, wasn't he, with the way he went about playing.
Especially his leave shot.
Yeah.
Wonderful leave. So, good Lord, I thought that was Churchy with his top off for a minute, but it's a man in a very orange shirt. It's going to be Jordan Thompson. Around the wicket to the right-handed Fisher, who swings that one away into the distance, and it's Dom Bess out there who tidies up. 2 more runs to this. From Yorkshire point of view, it's becoming an annoying little last wicket stand from this pair.
Yeah, everyone posted around the boundary, with the exceptions, of course, of Harry Duke and Adam Lythe, who's at gully.
Johnson bowls again, and that swung into the onside. There's a shout of catch. It's not going to carry out the score ticks on by another single, brings Dan Worrell back onto strike.
Yorkshire do have a 12th man out there at the moment, who I must confess I haven't seen before. You don't get to see, obviously, the twos and the academy playing, but I'm advised by the press box, quote unquote, we think it's Charlie Taylor. He's down by the pavilion, so haven't noticed who popped off the field, I must admit. But he's doing a bit of fielding. And Lythe has now been moved out of gully, and also takes up a position on the top boundary there, DT.
Yes, 5 on the leg side boundary, and Worrell gets a short ball that he tries to just go back and lift over the keeper. He's seen proper batsmen doing that, hasn't he?
Do you not think Adam Lyth should take a mandatory eye test at the age of 37 to go field on the boundary edge? I mean, he's normally so much closer to play, he might not be able to see what's going on from that
distance. I was going to say, he's usually found at second slip, isn't he? And he forced himself to go just a bit wider to a deep gully. And now he's gone all the way out to the boundary there, the old fella. Here comes Thompson, and that's a short delivery, and well, I don't why he doesn't just bowl at the stumps, I don't know. It'd be it's because Worrell had just pushed a single and he's keen to get back in the dressing room and get his feet up. The bowlers, I think they won't have anything else to do today once they do take this final wicket. Tapping the crease as Thompson bowls to him. Oh, he did bowl at the stumps. They bowled a slow Yorker, which he's dug out down to third for a single.
It's a good delivery, and it's well worth a run if you can dig those out and get away with it. I was talking to Adam's dad, Alistair, this morning before play started, and I think it's safe to say, just reading between lines, Alistair, that you wouldn't want to be risking more than about a fiver on a golf course against him. I'll leave it at that.
Here's Thompson to Fisher bowls, and that's swung down to Finley Bean in front of the pavilion, one of those 5 men on the leg side. That's the end of another over. Just ticks by, and this last wicket partnership continues.
Another over just ticks by. A microcosm of life, DT.
Well, I know. An over closer to the end, Doidgy.
It's not close of play yet, DT.
Well, not for me, it's not, hopefully, for a while.
Whereabouts do you see yourself in relation to a day's play? Are you post-tea at the moment?
Oh, I think so. I think so. I'd be sort of coming up to drinks in the evening session.
Here's Bex. And lofted down the ground. That's going all the way into the north stand here. The Peace Home Park end of the ground. Matthew Fisher seemed to good effect once again. 35 runs to him, 534 for 9. Having a bit of fun, Fish, against his old mates.
Yeah, I tell you what, this has got echoes of that game here in 2016 when Tim Murtagh and Toby Rowland-Jones went berserk on the last wicket stand and put on about 100 and actually turned what looked like a draw into a result.
Now then, this one keeps really low, wide of Fisher's off stump.
So I think that game, they started on the final day roughly on par, the two teams, and you were thinking it was a draw, and all of a sudden Yorkshire were under pressure, and Essex forced the win. Deliveries.
Hammered back down the ground by Fisher, but straight to the bowler, no run. There's still
Mr. Howells was here
59 overs remaining in the day.
Can't really see it,
on the match. Floats one up. He's got underneath this one. Oh, it's not going to be the opportunity that it looked like it might be because it's dropped equidistant between 3 fielders. Our 12th man, who we think is Charlie Taylor, Finley Bean and Jordan Thompson were the 3 converging on it. They got back for...
it's Porter.
No. How many runs did they get off that stroke?
2.
2, yeah, thought so. Matthew Fisher on strike. Oh, he could be, should be. No, he's not going to be caught here. Jordan Thompson. I don't know what happened there, but you'd have felt he'd have had the pace to get in and catch that, and he's let it drop about a couple of yards short.
No, he was never going to quite. Is that the 50
partnership? Yep.
he was never going to quite get in there. I think there's the scream from Fisher. He thought he'd hit it harder than he did.
Worrell now giving him the charge, and that is that, because Harry Duke has whipped off the bails. He's enjoyed himself with a couple of stumpings today as Dukey, and 537 all out. The last man to go was Worrell for 18, and Matthew Fisher undefeated against his pals on 38. And so that I make is a lead of 20 runs for Surrey, as Yorkshire will get to bat for a second time, and they'll be just pleased, certainly the bowlers, that they've got an afternoon here where they're hoping they can keep their feet very firmly up, get a shower and not have to bother too much about batting if the top order can get through this next passage of play. So let's just have a look back at the scorecard while we have a moment, and we'll take a quick breather before we move on into the Yorkshire second innings. As I say, Matthew Fisher not out on 38 from 24 deliveries, 4 and 3 sixes down Worrell, stumped by Harry Duke off Don Bess for 18 off 13, including a couple of fours. There were 17 extras comprised of 10 no balls, 4 wides and 3 leg byes. And Surrey all out in 120 overs for 537. And Don Bess, captain for the day, applauded off the field by all and sundry, rightly so, after he finished with 7 wickets. Best figures, well, they were a fair bit tighter on the run front than that, but still 7 for 162 from 35 overs, 6 of which were maidens. Well done to him. Excellent effort. The other wickets went the way of Jack White, 20 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 92. Jordan Thompson, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 79. And Adam Lyth, 2 overs, 1 for 9 for Golden Arm. And then the other bowlers, Ben Code, 20 overs, 3 maidens, none for 66. Not often you see him wicketless on this ground. Will Sutherland, 17 overs, 3 maidens, none for 89. And Matthew Revis, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 38. We'll have a quick breather, and then we'll see Yorkshire bat again back soon. Welcome back. With Yorkshire walking out to bat in the form of Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean for a second time, trailing by 20 runs. And the Scarborough sun shining. And Surrey, well, having had a bit of fun already this afternoon. Not sure if the Surrey follower in the commentary box was finding that fun or was maybe doing something else out there, Churchy.
No, I thought it would be exactly like it was, that Downmore and Matt Fisher had full licence to have a swing. If they got out, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but they've got themselves a lead of, what, 17, was it? A lead of 17 now, Surrey. They're going to give this a go, Surrey. They're going to give this a right good go. And all they're going to do is just try and put a bit of a wobble in Yorkshire.
17?
17 the lead, I think. 20. So whatever it is, it's not a huge lead, but it's something. But even if they got out 20 behind, I don't think it would have made a huge amount of difference. The thing here now is, can Surrey cause a little bit of a wobble for Yorkshire? Kishore, Jacks and Lawrence will do some bowling, I would have thought, this afternoon as well. But it'll be Dan Worrell to get us started. Adam Lyth will be the man on strike. And it's Worrell around the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, and Lyth turns the first ball off his hip out towards deep backward square. Kishore goes sliding back, but he's taken it over the rope, I think. Has he? There a signal there? But I can't see what the umpire Warren's actually signaling. No, he didn't. Umpire Warren's actually just saying to Dan Worrell, he was moving his arm in a 4 motion, but actually sort of saying to Dan Worrell, get off the strip on your follow through. So that was what the signal was. So a good bit of work there from Sai Kishore to get back and slide and get the ball inside the rope, as Worrell is into Lyth, and Lyth gets one that comes back at him, just turns it up towards mid-on. I'd have thought they'll start with Worrell and Fisher, but it won't be long until Kishore comes into the attack. The other thing is, with left-handers as well, Will Jacks will get a bowl as well. So really at the minute, as I say, all this is about is, can Surrey cause a little bit of a problem for Yorkshire this afternoon? All Yorkshire have to do now is bat. That's all they have to do. As they're going to get a leg gully in now for Adam Lyth. So off goes Dan Lawrence into a leg gully position. So it's just 2 slips, leg gully. Kishore's actually catching at a shortish square leg. As forward goes Lyth. Plays this one down into the leg side. Kishore comes round to do the fielding. And there is no run. Cameron Still, who was with us before lunch, is out there doing some 12th manning at the moment. So he's out there sweeping up on the deep backward square boundary rope at the moment. Adam Lyth settles himself down over his bat once more. So around the wicket goes Worrell, and this is turned into the leg side, but that'll be a no ball signalled, so that'll be 2 more to the total. Actually wondering whether he's out there for Matt Fisher. So it may not be Fisher, because I think Cameron Still is out there for Matt Fisher. So it might not be Matt Fisher to get us started alongside Dan Worrell. You never know, it could be Kishore takes the new ball, because he won't mind bowling with a new ball. Nice hard new ball with a bit of bounce. 4 without loss, Yorkshire. Trail by 16, that's come back. Bounces on Adam Lyth, hit him amidships. They've gone through for a single. There's an optimistic shout for LBW. Cool, that will hurt Adam Lyth. That's hit him on the inside of the thigh, I think.
Yes, it might be a little pink later. He's now gone into some obscure form of stretch stroke crouch.
I think he's in trouble here. I think that is a sort of that. I think that has hit him in the unmentionables, and that has really hurt Adam Lyth. I'm not surprised. Oh, what Jordan Clark I thought was about to do the Heinrich manoeuvre on him there, but oh dear.
Yeah, he's just had a word, I think, as Adam Lyth with Dan Worrell.
Oh dear, that made a resounding thud as well. So Finley Bean, who played very nicely in the first innings, comes on to strike for his first ball from Dan Worrell, and it's left alone as it bounces up and over the top of the stumps and taken by Josh Blake, who played very well today for his 72, his highest first class score. It's the end of the first over and 5 without loss. No, Matt Fisher is out there now, so he was just obviously doing something. Was Matt Fisher? Yep, it's going to be Sai Kishore to get us started. So Kishore will get the new ball. Now this will be interesting because Don Best bowled beautifully from this Peace Home Park end and got some turn and got some bounce. So this will be a tester.
Yeah, anything you can do and all that.
Or is it going to be? So no, they've changed their minds. Thought for a second, oh, we still got another ball to go. That's why. They forgot the low ball, I think, in the over. So everyone was getting ready for the first over of Sai Kishore. I suppose what that does do is allows Bean and Lyth to know that Kishore's probably going to open from the other end. Now, so Worrell. This will be the last ball of the first over. To Bean, it's a bouncer. Bean ducks underneath it. That will be the over. And just watching Sai Kishore. Yep, he's coming up to get us started from the Peace Home Park end of the ground.
I'm talking to no balls. That was tricky in the previous over. So Kishore, what is he going to set here field-wise? As soon as he has a new ball in his hand, let's have a look at the attack from Surrey. They can do as much as that as they like, to be honest, because material runs at this stage. Can you get it right as the bowler and stack the cards in your favour with an interesting attacking field here? Short leg plus slip, point, mid-off, mid-on is deeper. Left-handed this pair, of course, remember. Just been brought in more closely is Dan Lawrence at a straight mid-wicket in a catching position. Sibley just over his left shoulder is a more orthodox mid-wicket on the one. First ball, very much a loosener down the leg side and has been clipped away by Adam Lyth. You might as well take the runs while you can. And that's 4 of them. And the other fielder is Jordan Clark, who's in the distance. In line with the corner steps over by the scoreboard on the southeast corner of the ground.
Yeah, and after that delivery, Dan Lawrence has gone straight into leg slip.
There's Kishore then, left arm round the wicket, Lyth pushing forward, just a little bit of loop about that return defensive push. Wasn't straight into the ground. He's still there. Kishore in again, and this time positively defended by Lyth. No run. Just been saying recently in his T20 matches that he struggles to start against spin by comparison to his usual fluency against seam. Let's see if that holds up in this format. Different game, of course. As Kishore, evidence of turn in towards the left-hander, but he stepped away to leg and opened up the offside. Rory Burns cleaned up in the field, though. Again, no run. And Kishore off his legs this time by Lyth. Nicely played. No issue on that front. And Jordan Clark round to field. They get 2.
Yeah, and I think from a Yorkshire point of view, it's a case of keep that scoreboard moving. That's the key thing. Just try and play Kishore, you're going to get into trouble, I think.
Here he is again. A bit flatter this one. Off the thigh pad to leg slip. Very optimistic appeal is denied by Nigel Long, who's now, of course, moved down to this Peace Home Park end of the ground. End of the over, 11 without loss.
Yep, and you know, it's for opening batters, It's not that often in sort of the longer form that you go out and face spin to begin with. Yes, you might do if you're playing in Sri Lanka mainly. They tend to open up with spin out in Sri Lanka. But not that often here. There can be a problem because you're just used to the quicker men, and then all of a sudden you got the spinner coming in at you. Down Worrell then. From the Trafalgar Square end of the ground to Bean, and Bean's letting this one go outside his off stump, and this was the end that Jordan Thompson bowled so well from.
Catch just a little fraction low, I thought, that Churchy from Dan Worrell.
Yeah, taken low down by Josh Blake, moving away to his right hand side. Comes down to do a touch of gardening, does Finley Bean. And settles himself down over his bat once more. 2 slips in there for the left-handed Bean as Worrell's into him, and Bean lets this one go outside his off stump, taken by Josh Blake, moving away to his left-hand side. I know a few Surrey supporters have sort of had to go and get trains to get home this afternoon. It's always the way with a long journey back, isn't it? That you sometimes the train times aren't great later in the evening. So I think a few have had to sort of leave now to get their trains home. The sun's still out here in Scarborough as Worrell is in and Bean's off the mark. Just tucks this one away off his toes out towards Shore at deep backward square. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 12 without loss. Yorkshire trailing now by the 8 runs. Surrey all out in their first innings for 537 in the end. Today was all about can Surrey get to that 450, which they did. They picked up maximum batting points and then pushed on from there as around the wicket goes Worrell to Lythe down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on this. That's very well taken by Josh Blake. He's had a terrific game. He's kept beautifully, and as I say, his highest first class score of 72. And did it tough because he had to come in last night against the new ball. Got through that. I thought Yorkshire bowled really well this morning early on, but he got through that. And his first championship 50 for Josh Blake. Going to come over the wicket now is Dan Worrell to the left-handed Adam Lythe. Lythe is turning this one into the leg side. There's Dan Lawrence in at leg gully, moving around to his left to do the fielding. Still quite a few people sat on the benches away to our left-hand side watching away. A few people on the tea room balcony as well. Marquee not being used today, so nobody in or sat outside the marquee. People sat on the terracing away to our right hand side. Lythe settles once again over his bat. Worrell is in over the wicket to Lythe, and Lythe, oh, now that climbs. Has he got anything on that? It's a great take from Josh Blake, flying to his right. But this is what we saw from Jordan Thompson. There's the odd one that does get big on the batter. It's just brushed his backside, actually, as it went past him. Adam Lythe, good take from Josh Blake. End of the down Worrell over. 3 overs in this Yorkshire second innings gone. On the live stream, we're getting the drone pics again, which are absolutely magnificent, of the beach and the sea. Fantastic they are. And 12 without loss Yorkshire, they trail by 8 runs.
See my B&B up there as well.
There you are.
And you mentioned the marquee, and that prompts me to mention that in the marquee next Wednesday night, if you are coming to Scarborough for next week's game against Sussex, it will be the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association Sports Quiz, written and, well, no, I can't claim writing it all, but chaired by yours truly, as Kishore bowls here to Finley Bean with 3 men plus keeper around the bat. Turns that one into the leg side, no run. So 7:30 start next Wednesday evening, pretty much straight after the day's done. you might want to go get yourself some fish and chips first and bring them back into the ground, because I don't think there's any food on in that respect, as that one disappears past leg stump. There's no run. But £2.50 entry. There will be the bar open, cash or card, I'm told, during the evening, and some of the Yorkshire players being roped in, depending upon selection in the team itself first, has been ballooned one up off the pad. Everybody up for that one. And it doesn't matter if you appeal once, twice or three times a lady. Nigel Long's not going to give it, apparently. Not going to give anything in this match.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Bean got himself in a bit of a tangle playing this. Yeah, he's nowhere near gloves or his bat. It's just gone off the pad and looped into the air. But there'll be a bit of this afternoon.
Sure. In again, and Bean just watches this one onto the hip. Dead ball. So to complete the commercial, yeah, £2.50 entry. Cash on the door is absolutely fine, I'm told. To get as many of you as we can, help to raise some funds for both the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association and for charity purposes as well. And we usually have a good fun night, as we did last year with the Dads v Lads version of it. Back down the pitch by Bean to Kishore, and there is no run. And then also to mention that bang on this time tomorrow, Yorkshire's women are taking on Glamorgan women in the second semi-final of the Women's Vitality Blast League 2 finals day down at Northampton. There's been plays one to Dom Sibley to complete that Kishore over. So first match underway at 11 o'clock, Middlesex against Leicestershire. I'll be in situ in Northampton to help bring you some commentary with, I'm assuming, somebody along the lines of Nick Webb doing the Glamorgan version thereof. And the winners of that will progress to the final, which is a 6:45 start. You'll be able to hear that on the BBC Sport website and app and on Sports Extra 3. We hope you can join us for all of that tomorrow from Northampton. 11 o'clock start the first game, 2:30 the second, 6:45 the final. Thank you very much and good night.
Dan Worrell from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Coming in over the wicket to Adam Lythe. Lythe drives, good looking shot straight into cover. Dom Sibley gets round to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. Will Jacks is whirling his arms there at second slip. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of appealing today, especially with men around the bat and Kishore bowling. We're all marching down there towards all the buildings in the distance at the Trafalgar Square end. Then he'll come over the wicket to Adam Lythe, and Lythe turns this one into the leg side. Round goes Kishore to do the fielding, and there's no run. Lythe wanders off towards square leg. Up on the pavilion balcony, a few people there having a bit of a watch this afternoon. Lots of encouragement for Dan Worrell. As Cameron Steele was saying, Surrey will head towards Durham this evening, starting there on Tuesday. And then Sussex come here to Scarborough. As Worrell goes wide of the crease, looks for the Yorker. That's well played by Lythe. Drops the bat on this. That rolls away into the offside. Good bit of bowling that from Dan Worrell. Went wide of the crease and straight on the toes of the left-handed Adam Lythe. Settles himself down over his bat once more. As in over the wicket once again goes Worrell, and Lythe covers up, plays this one out into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. Sun's out again, sort of ducks in behind some clouds and then comes out again. Still interestingly poised, all this. Could still have a bit of excitement this afternoon. That Yorkshire just And bat. As in over the wicket goes Worrell. That climbs on Lythe. He just gets inside it. He gets his bat and gloves high in the air, so it's nowhere near the ball. In the Test match, England are 378 for 4. Joe Root is 93 not out now. Ollie Pope made 71. Harry Brook made 3. Ben Stokes is 11 not out. So it's a lead of 20 for England in the Test at Old Trafford. In comes Worrell once again over the wicket to Lythe. Lythe turns into the leg side, will take a single. Jordan Clark comes scampering up to do the fielding. End of the over, single off it. And Yorkshire 13 without loss on this final day, so they trail Surrey by 7 runs. Are there prizes on offer next Wednesday night with your sporting quiz?
Yeah, you win pride for first place.
Quite right too.
Second place, but the pride of having taken part.
Yes, indeed.
And then places 3 onwards. Bit of pride that you were there to watch the first and second prize winners. I don't think, in all honesty, we've had a prize. It's just been a good, fun night. The dads v lads last year went right down to the last question, I think I'm right in saying, and the dads beat the lads, so there was a bit of fun around all that. So audience participation can be done. Oh, he's got him. Oh, has he? No, not out. Oh, dear me, that deviated quite sharply.
Well, it's Will Jacks into the attack. So we've got off spin now, and that's spinning sharply away.
From this angle, which is of several strips to the leg side of Adam Lythe, it looked like he'd got an edge on that. It's obviously come off the thigh pad, hasn't it? It turned quite sharply. Next ball turned to the feet of Ryan Patel at short leg. Jacks again. And Lythe playing that more comfortably into the leg side.
Yeah, that first one really did go. And this was the end that Best bowled from. And this is the end that Kishaw's bowled from.
Here he comes again. Lythe this time just pushing out in front of his pad and comfortable in defence. I love Will Jacks' bowling action. You just love distinctive bowling actions. He reaches up with his bowling hand, his right hand, and then he kind of crosses it over with his front arm, which then comes through.
They want a helmet. They're going to get a silly point in here, I think, for Adam Lythe.
Dom Sibley looks like he's the nominated man.
Yeah, they were before they went out there. They were Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley were practicing their close catching with Gareth Batty. So he'll go in, I think, at silly point for Adam Lythe. But the other thing that does is a delivery that spins like that. It just even if the other ones don't do anything, it just puts a little bit of doubt in the back of your mind as a batter.
So Sibley goes in, silly mid off, 2 slips in place plus a short leg. Jacks is in, cracked away by Adam Lythe. He's got plenty on that, but there is a sweeper down on the west side boundary who will keep them to 1. Still behind here by a half dozen runs. Adam Lythe into double figures. And that single's brought Finlay Bean, who's on 1, back onto strike. Jacks round the wicket. Bean goes back foot. And he'd want to be a little careful on that front, but he defended it okay this time. That completes the over then. 6 now gone in this Yorkshire second innings. They're 14 without loss, 6 runs behind.
Yep. And interesting that with 2 left-handers, Kishaw comes out the attack from the P-Zone Park end to give Jacks the opportunity, and now Kishaw's going to come in from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, so we're going to have spin from either end. So we're going to have left arm spin and off spin. One going away, one turning in. So this is interesting. Bit of down Worrell, then Kishore open from this Peatone Park end. He's now going to have a go from the Trafalgar Square end. Adam Lyth will be on strike. He bowled all his overs in the first innings from this Peatone Park end. Kishore, so it's his first bowl from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Got his headband on. Got very big hair. Has Sai Kishore. Coming left arm around the wicket to Adam Lyth, who's forward, dabs this one into the offside. They'll take a single as Jamie Overton goes out from slip to pick up. To the total. Adam Lyth will move on to 11, 15 without loss now, Yorkshire.
David Townsend loitering with an intent.
Yes, he's wearing his Sri Lanka sun hat again today. Away to our right is Mr. Townsend. He's going to wash his trousers this weekend, ready for the start of next week, he said. Got the one pair, of course. As in, around the wicket goes Kishore. Oh, Bean! What a catch that is from Jamie Overton. Outside edge, and Jamie Overton at first slip has flung himself to his left and taken an absolute blinder low down with his left hand. That is a brilliant catch from Jamie Overton. Those big long arms and those massive hands. And Finley Bean goes for one, and Yorkshire are 15 for one, and Kishore with the wicket. He's got off to a quick start here as Sai Kishore, but it's that left hand brilliant catch from Jamie Overton. That really is outstanding work from Overton. And it's an early wicket for Surrey, and it's Kishore with his first over from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. So James Water makes his way out to the middle. Finley Bean gone for one, and Yorkshire 15 for one.
Yes, superb catch. We've seen some very good ones in this match so far, and that is right up there with them. Not easy, I guess, either, when you're as tall as he is, to get yourself down there quickly. Standing effort, and as Finley Bean as the batter, you've got the one against your name, you've got a decent delivery, you've got an edge on that first one of the innings. You're going to be disappointed that you've been subjected to a fantastic catch to end your innings, but that's the reality.
So Wharton played very nicely in the first innings. This is a bit different now, though, isn't it, for him? Men all around the bat. Silly point, short leg, slip, gully. And Sai Kishore coming left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Wharton. His first ball, he's forward. Just pushing this one gently back up the pitch. Kishore does the fielding off his own bowling. So, yes, Dave Townsend is moving seamlessly into the commentary box. Kishore, drives it's uppish, Wharton. Out through the offside. It will get him off the mark, but cool, it wasn't too far away from Worrell at cover. Pushed really hard at that, did Wharton, but it's away for four. He's off the mark, 19 for one. So they trail by just the one run now to Yorkshire, but they have lost Finley Bean in this over. Sound of a helicopter as Kishore was about to come around the wicket, but Sibley is just being moved a touch in that silly point position. So Kishore just pulled out of his run up. Come in now to Wharton, quicker one. Wharton's pushing off the back foot this time, out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. How long does it take, Dave Townsend? Kishore's at the end of his 14th spell by the time you sat down. He's in. To the sound of the helicopter is Kishore. Forward goes Wharton. Plays this one. Sibley does the fielding in there at Silly Point. Off goes the helicopter. Welcome back, Dave Townsend. And Yorkshire are 19 for 1.
Is it one of those stealth helicopters?
Well, you'd certainly hear it coming.
You could hear it, I couldn't see it anywhere. They're cunning what they can do these days. Just the 1 run behind, then George, that was a tremendous catch, wasn't it? So Jacks again comes into bowl to the left-handed line and almost into his bowling action and stopped. Here he comes again, round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls and Blythe is back onto his stumps, and there's oohs and there's ahs. Every ball at the moment, there's an ooh or there's an ah. Just a little walk around the ground, and the noise is quite loud from the middle. Next delivery is played defensively by Adam Lythe. He's got 11. He's got 4 men round him plus the wicketkeeper and a short extra cover. To the second slip or the gully, and there's no run there. So Surrey applying the pressure like the 3 times champions they are. Next delivery is short and cracked out, and that's very well timed because that's sweeper on the boundary, and he's not been able to get across and cut that one off. So 4 runs.
Yep, very well put away by Adam Lythe.
And also, who's that out on the boundary? I think
Matt Fisher out there.
Very, very good of him to sort of go and get that ball by kneeling, going across on all hands and knees across the tarpaulins there, so as not to put any holes in them. Jacks bowls, number 9 to number 9. Plays it out there, down towards the man sweeping on that boundary, and that's 1 more to Lythe, and he keeps the strike.
Yeah,
24 for 1. Are you getting a sort of little frisson of might be here, Churchy, or?
Do you mean in the game, you mean?
Yeah, well...
Well, no, I don't know whether you're talking about lunch or what's happening in the commentary box, or... I think it's gone exactly the way I thought it would. I thought Surrey would get to 450, push on, and then just try and put Yorkshire under some pressure with the spinners, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Is Kishore is in to Lythe, and Lythe is one away into the offside. So yeah, the thing is, Surrey been in these positions before this season where everyone's thought, well, nothing's going to happen here. And then the way they go about it is that they always look to be positive. As Kishore is in, and Lythe is pushing off the back foot out into the offside, and there's no run.
They're like one of those, are they pythons or boa constrictors or something? They just sort of squeeze the...
That's a lovely analogy from you, David. That's a beauty from Kishore. And, well, there's a shake of the head from Lythe. It's beaten his edge. Little shake of the head from Adam Lythe, and then he just wanders off towards square leg.
Do you know what I mean? They just...
Yeah, absolutely I do.
They just squeeze the life out of the opposition.
Yep. Like you in your trousers. As Kishore is in, forward goes Lythe, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Not often my trousers and pythons get mentioned in the same
Well, that's
sentence.
very true. You've had to put a couple more notches in your belt, David. He's in again, Kishore. Forwards Lythe. It's a little uppish as he turns it into the leg side, and there's cries of catch it. As Ryan Patel in there at short leg was moving to his right. Settles himself down over his bat once more, does Adam Lythe. Kishore and all his hair comes in and forward. Goes Lythe, plays it back up the pitch. It's a lovely over again from Sai Kishore. 24 for 1. So Yorkshire lead by 4. And this actually on a very serious point here, David Townsend. It's rather lovely to see an off spinner and a left arm spinner in tandem here. One going one way and one going the other.
Indeed. Indeed, it's almost
rather good, all this, isn't it?
We used to get a lot sort of in the 70s and 80s, didn't you? When the leg spinners had sort of disappeared from the game, you get that variation. Often, if you get 2 spinners now, one of them's a leggy. So, if you've noticed. Talking of which, the lad from Leicestershire's been having quite a game, hasn't he? They won that one yet.
Mr. Ahmed?
13 wickets, I think. Next delivery is down the leg side. No run. New over from Jacks, 24 for 1. Of Derbyshire lost yet. Next delivery pushed out into the offside. There's a very affirmative no from the end of the box there from Mr. Howells. I know they were 9 down at one not that long ago. Back and turning it towards long leg. He's coming back for second is James Wharton. Just turn that one with a spin between the short legs and quite a safe shot.
Yeah, nicely played.
Derbyshire are going to lose though. Fletcher won't be happy. Next delivery wider, that one. Driven up towards mid-off. The man with his hair there, Sai Kishore. Next ball has Wharton going back when he really should have been going forward to that one, I think, and it's turned and almost found a way through. Well bowled by Will Jacks. I'm trying to think of which that hairstyle of Kishore's reminds me of. Jacks bowls and that one turns way down the leg side. Is there's a bit Jimi Hendrix about it?
There is that, and there's also, was there a footballer, a Manchester United footballer called Flamini, I think?
No, Fellini.
Fellini, yeah, I knew it was something like that. Yeah. Belgian footballer, wasn't he? He had hair like that.
That's true.
It's magnificent, and he wears his headband as well. It really is magnificent hair. And he's a very fine bowler as well.
And also, do you remember that old the old advert for the 188 or something? Was it 118 or 118 with
the 2 gentlemen jogging with their headbands on? Yes.
Yeah, he could have been one of those if he.
I think anybody who's had a little look at him bowling in the IPL. Or
John McEnroe, of course.
John McEnroe.
Similar sort of big hair in the early 80s and headband.
So in comes Kishore and forward goes Adam Lythe. Lets this one go outside his off stump and into the gloves it goes of Josh Blake. In goes Kishore once more. Forward goes Lythe. Turns this one down into the leg side. Rolls in to Dom Sibley at mid-wicket. Comes again Kishore. Quicker ball. Lythe's just pushing away out into the offside. They'll pick up a single. One more to Adam Lythe.
Plenty of singles to be had, aren't there?
There are. I think the other thing here is Kishore. Jacks would rather be bowling at the left-hander. Kishore would probably be rather bowling at the right-hander. So he gets his opportunity now with Wharton on strike. As Kishore left arm around the wicket he comes. Wharton's forward. rolls away down towards Matt Fisher, moving round to his right hand side. Some very long clap there out in the middle, wasn't there? As Kishore in again, Wharton's forward, thickish inside edge, just rolls down towards Ryan Patel in there at short leg. James Wharton on 4, Adam Lyth on 17, Finley being the man to have gone for 1. Kishore is in, forward goes Wharton, pushes it away into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the Kishore over. Tidy over from him again. 25 for 1 then. Yorkshire, and they lead by the 5 runs.
Yeah, if they are going to challenge for a victory in this game, then not only have they got to take wickets, they've got to make sure that Yorkshire don't get away. They've got to keep the bowling tight, keep a rein on the runs. 25 for 1. It's going to be Adam Lyth facing Will Jacks. And you're quite right, Deutsche, the batsman really ought to organise this so that the left-hander is facing the left armour and Jacks is bowling to Wharton. At the moment, they're at the wrong end. Number 9 to number 9. Well, Lyth looks to play that round the corner. How on earth he's got it out to cover, I'm not quite sure, but just dribbles out there. Chance of a wicket. He's getting some turn though, Jacks. Bowled and next ball pushed up.
But his first ball to Lyth really did go. Sort of pitch leg stump and missed off stump.
Again, and Lyth defensively needs to be just getting his length right, doesn't he? Needs Lyth to be stretching a little bit more when he's playing forward. Jacks bowls and that's pushed back to him.
And the other thing here from a Yorkshire perspective is it has that scoreboard's got stuck.
Yes, they need to be sort of moving clear a little bit, don't they? That ball's clipped out to square leg this time, where Dan Worrell does the fielding. He had a couple of overs with the new ball. 3, in fact, I think. Jacks bowls, and that's back down the pitch. No run to be had there.
Yep.
Mr. Howes is looking
splendid.
Well, he always looks splendid, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
He's looking down as if he's got something to impart, but I don't.
Yeah, I think what
two things to impart.
Well, yes, that's what I was going to say. Two things.
Telling us which either of them are.
No, he's not at the moment. He may later. Wharton will be on strike here to Sai Kishore. He's having a long old chat with his captain Rory Burns. So, Sai Kishore once more from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Quicker this time. Forward goes Wharton. Plays this one down into the leg side. Lead by 7, Yorkshire. So really it's 7 for 1, Yorkshire. As Kishore is in once again. Gives this one a little more ere it's driven straight into the backside of Dominic Sibley. He very sensibly turned his back, but left his backside there.
Oh yes, as you would do if you turn your back.
Absolutely.
It's very hard not to leave your backside.
Had he not, I think he would have a problem.
In more ways than one.
Exactly. There's a loud seagull. Goes over the ground. Forward goes Wharton. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no one. That is a very loud gull.
Yeah.
In comes Kishore once again. Wharton's forward. Plays it down towards Matt Fisher at backward point.
Certainly making himself known.
Yes, yeah, very, very well put by you there. As he's in again, Kishore. Oh, Morton's gone back to this one.
Yeah, quicker one, wasn't it?
Yep. Got bat on it, though. That's the key thing.
The thing about the gulls here is there were loads of different types of gulls, apparently. But the Scarborough ones are just enormous, aren't they?
They are. They're huge. As Wharton's forward, pushes this one out into the offside. He'll think about 2. He should get 2. Yep. Fisher goes back, and they will pick up a couple. So through the over go Yorkshire. 2 more to the total. 29 for 1. Well, Kevin Howes gave me a quizzical look this morning when I was on BBC Surrey, and said at times it reminds you of something like Jurassic Park when you're walking up there. They are enormous, some of these gulls.
I had one, there was a few years ago. I drew the curtain back in the morning, as you do, to get the light in, and there was one sitting on the windowsill, and it was enormous. And I saw myself sort of let back into the middle of the room. It was scary.
Well, I'm wondering what the gull thought when you pulled the curtains open.
That first ball of new over from Jax, he didn't move.
Well, I don't blame him.
Enormous size. Sure, I took a picture of him somewhere. Next one is played down back with a point. Seriously?
Yes. No, I'm just thinking of the people in the room opposite you, and looking out of their window in the morning, and there you are, taking your photo of a gull.
Jack's bowl was short and cracked away down to the cover sweeper by Lythe, who ticks over on to 18 if the scoreboard hasn't beaten me to it. 16 at the moment, 29 for 1. 17. Very quick on that scoreboard sometimes.
Very good.
Over in the distance. Jack's bowls, and that's played up towards mid-on. It is 17, Kate?
18.
Oh, it is 18, so they've always just gone up. Look, they were very slow that time, to be fair. Jacks to Wharton, and he pads up there, which not the most sensible of tactics, I would have thought, with the ball turning.
Yeah, he's got to be careful if he's doing that.
Next delivery again has Wharton back across his stump side. Not convinced about that technique, but there's probably some theory behind it somewhere. 30 for 1 at the end of the over. 18 and 8. I can't remember who was telling us about. You know, we say sort of generically, seagulls.
Yeah, there's no such thing, I've been told.
There's loads of them, apparently.
Yes. Kevin House told me this morning there's no such thing as a seagull. There are all different types of gulls.
Right.
The herring gull.
Yes.
Umar gull. Of course.
Dear, all that build-up for that.
No, that wasn't. Can I be honest with you? That's the only other gull I could think of was Umar. I don't know any other like herring gull, and that's it, as far as I'm concerned. I always thought there were seagulls, but apparently there aren't such a. Well, there has to be, because I've seen them.
It's a sort of generic term.
Yeah, it is, because they live by the sea. As in over the wicket comes Psychish, short, bounces on Lythe as he pushes forward, and it's in between short leg and leg slip, and down towards Matt Fisher. They'll get a single. 1 more to the total. 31 for 1. So, yes, I never realised that until Kevin House told me this morning. Waiting over his back is Wharton. I suppose John Lees would have been able to tell us the different types of gulls, because he was a proper twitcher, wasn't he? As in, around the wicket goes Sykeshaw, forward goes Wharton, then bats this straight in front of himself, and it rolls way into the leg side, and there's no run. Or it's Wharton tapping that bat as Kishaw's into him. Wharton's forward.
That's better.
Yeah.
I don't mind him coming forward like that when he goes back on his stumps, particularly with the ball coming in.
Well, you can.
You think to yourself,
Well, there's either LBW or chopping it straight back onto your stumps. If you're not careful. Sykershaw's just moved Jordan Clark a couple of foot to his left at deep mid-wicket. That's left alone. That did turn and bounce again, but away from the right-hander and taken by Josh Blake away to his right-hand side. I'm looking across at Mr. Kevin House to see whether he's available for any commentary. No. As in comes Kishore, and this one's left alone again. Why, Wharton? She just spins and bounces away.
One way to get him to turn his back and concentrate on his.
Yes, he is. He's doing his score. Oh, yes. Turning his back and concentrating on his equipment in the corner there. Here's Kevin House. Quicker ball from Kishore. It hits the edge of Wharton's bat. It's well fielded by Jamie Overton there at slip. End of the over. So another tight over from Sai Kishore. 31 for 1. Yorkshire. 15 overs gone. 19 to Adam Lythe. 8 to James Wharton, and Finley being the man to have gone. Brilliantly caught by Jamie Overton at slip.
Excellent
off
catch.
The bowling of Sai Kishore.
You wander off sort of thinking two things, don't you, when that happens to you? One is good catch, mate, and the other one is why me?
Yeah, absolutely. You do, don't you? Yeah. Why me?
Why me? 1 for 1. He's had a good patch in recent weeks, though, has Finley been. And, of course, half-century in the first innings. Runs here for Lythe, who missed out on his half-century. Nearly all the Yorkshire top order got to 50, but not Lythe. He fell 3 short. 3 is exactly the number he got there, so he moves on to 22 now, 34 for 1, so lead of 14. Next delivery. And,
it's worth a go, isn't it? It's padding up again.
Padding up to that one and a big shout.
As you say, it's worth an appeal because it's spinning sharply.
And Yorkshire are effectively 2 down because we don't think Johnny Bairstow's going to be batting. Next delivery. Oh,
be careful.
That was wider and probably safer, but and then we spoke about this quite a lot in the first innings about the sort of how much these younger Yorkshire batsmen will learn from this, and this is another situation, isn't it, that he's doing rather well to counter again. Sort of steps across and pads that away.
Well, he's got Kishore, Jacks, who of course has taken wickets in Test match cricket. So it's a pretty good combination he's facing here, Wharton.
Looking around the field, he's got 3 close catches and a short mid-wicket. He's going to get another one in now, so we're getting in there. Another short leg going in there. Jamie Overton tossing the helmet. Who's that going in under the lid there? Is that
Sibley?
Tom Sibley. He's just backward as square as a short leg goes, a leg slip and a forward short leg. And I think if he'd have padded that one away, he might have been in trouble.
Yes, he's picked the right one to play there. As Wharton.
Happy to see the end of this over. Jacks bowls to him and clips that one into the onside, past the forward short leg, out to the short mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So it's testing over there for James Wharton. He's come through it. I think when he sort of sits back and thinks about this innings, he'll be thinking about what worked and what didn't work. Yeah. And all of it's worked up to now, but what was perhaps more the percentage shot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy, this. It really is. You don't see this anymore, really. Left arm spinner, off spinner, going in tandem. One, as we were saying, spinning it away, one spinning it in.
The last sort of pair would have been for Surrey of
Batty and Ansari, I suppose, really thinking about it. And of course there was Salisbury and Sat Claim, wasn't there? Here is Cy Kershaw coming over the wicket. Lies looking to sweep, bounces, hits him in the chest.
BC Salisbury was
Leg spin.
leg.
Yeah, but I suppose, Ansari and Gareth Batty would
What's
have been.
happened to Ansari?
He's now gone into human rights lawyer.
Oh.
Yeah, there's this one. Lyth is forward to Kershaw. Very clever boy.
Yes.
Very clever boy. Well, I'll say it again, that wonderful quote from Alex Stewart when Zaffa retired. Zaffa was sat in the one corner of the dressing room reading his books while the rest of the lads were colouring theirs in. As Kershaw comes in over the wicket, and this one again, Lyth is letting go. There's oohs and there's ahs. There's going to be a lot of this afternoon and into the last session. Mr. Doidge is back, so I might vacate at the end of this over. Allow Mr. Doidge back in as this one's pushed by Lyth.
As long as you don't inhere,
out into the offside.
Churchy.
And there is no run. So Dave Townsend is now seamlessly yet again going to just move from Mr. Doidge's chair, and then he'll take over from me at the end of this over. Up to tee, of course. We're not too far away from tee now. Forward goes Lyth. Pushes this one down into the leg side. And then no run. 34 for 1 Yorkshire. Kershaw is in. Gives us a lot of air. Shot from Adam Lyth. First one. Kershaw's really tossed up at Lyth, and he's good enough, of course, just to drive it handsomely away through the covers and over the boundary rope for 4. End of the over, 38 for 1 then. Adam Lyth 26 and James Wharton is on 8. Welcome back, Jonathan Doidge.
Thank you very much. Scene as ever. Cameron Steele just coming on to allow Cy Kershaw to take a breather for whatever reason. Did I get it wrong? I thought you'd already been on for an hour. Have you not? No. I can't remember these things. No, you're right. I was on with Churchill, wasn't I, before?
Yes, he's been on for an hour.
So Will Jacks with an array of fielders within catching distance around the bat. He bowls it now, wide of off stump, and James Wharton pads off.
Are you happy with this padding away? It's
That one seemed okay.
Church and I were sort of saying it's a bit of a risky.
Here he goes again. Gets a good bend in the front knee, trying to make sure that ball hits him somewhere a long way outside the line of the stumps. But did shoulder arms. Wouldn't want to put himself in undue danger. 38 for 1. Goes back foot this time and does play at the ball. Runs it to the right of Overton, who we saw take a superb catch to see off the 1 Yorkshire wicket to have fallen so far, that have Finlay been. Jackson again over the wicket and crouching low, getting everything behind that. James Wharton defends once again. Still, the hardy relatively few in the ground by comparison to other days. Another appeal for LBW.
Playing a shot at that one, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I think he was showing
It's
some
a little
sort of
bit back
intent.
behind pad, wasn't it? But yeah, certainly didn't impress Nigel Long anyway. And Jackson again getting through this over, and another appeal. I think was pushing at that one. Pathetic comes the cry of well, to presume a Yorkshire supporter. I don't know. Could have been a Surrey one.
Vertu's got his century. We haven't mentioned that on air. But Century number 38 in Test match cricket. Ridiculous, isn't it?
That's quite good.
It's not bad at all. And he would be getting close to being the second highest score of all time. He needed 120 today, didn't he? He's obviously going to do it this summer now. You would think, he's barring injury, but going along nicely, 410 for 4, so a bit of a lead there for England. Needs another 14 runs, Doige, too.
Yeah, and speaking of landmarks of sorts, the man on strike, he's bang on 900 runs for the season at this moment in time, Adam Lyth.
So Kishore bowls to it, left-hander, and that's pushed wide. The noisy goals back. Pushed wide of Overton, who moves sharply to his left, prevents the run. Kishore over pitches this time, and that's clipped away. Is he going to get full value for that? No, it'll just be 2 runs. For Adam Lyth down to the covers, which thankfully haven't been needed today. Got a fair bit of work on the first couple of days, but we've been good since then.
Incidentally,
40 for 1.
A word on that in a mo.
Kishore bowls, and Lyth says, thank you very much, and swings that one away down to the hospitality tents that are empty today. So I sat in front of there and watched stood in front of her, watched a few deliveries whilst you were on just with Churchy. With waits now for Kishore bowls, again pitched up, and this time he doesn't launch into anything. He's got rid of one of the close fielders anyway, just the short leg slip and slip. Short mid wicket as well, I suppose. Next delivers quicker, got more shoulder into that one, Kishore. .44 for 1. It's around the ground. Quicker again. This is shoulder into that one as well, and Lyth just turns it away down to deep backward square for a single. Keeps the strike. Well, you don't score any runs at the non-strikers then. 45 for 1. He's got 33 now. And 8 to James Wharton.
David says Will is like a Jacks in a box with all these appeals. 5 in an over must be a record. Joshua's enjoying what he describes as the fantastic coverage, and also shows us a still of his screen watching the stream, which has a beautiful picture of this North Bay side of the ground looking towards the castle. The B&B that I stop in just up there on the hill as well. He says even JD's ice cream jokes aren't spoiling things, even though I nearly called the police at one point. How dare you, Joshua. Jack's round the wicket, bowling to Lyth, who's flicking off the legs, and is adjudged to have not hit that. Leg by given. Lily, who's sitting down below us, says she's enjoying watching the cricket, and she loves to watch Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean bat together. We should call Finlay back out there then. He'd probably hope that as well. James Wharton now on strike. Dom Sibley dons the helmet, one of 3 to the leg side of straight to the right-hander, and the one to the offside was a slip. Jamie Overton even, who's chasing after that. I know they do look alike, JD, but they're not the same. James Wharton gets 2 down through third man. Carolus Kane says, I remember Peter Such trying to hide behind the bat, as per our previous discussion about number 11s.
That's true. He was hopeless for a long time, wasn't he?
Ooh. Jacks rushes one through onto James Wharton. He almost gets trapped between bat and pad, but Definitely was some bat involved, despite yet another appeal. 48 for 1. Wharton 10 and 33 to Lythe. Sibley moves from leg to off into silly mid-off. And Wharton plays to leg, where Cameron Steele comes into play. Out mid-on, Bent Nielsen, good afternoon, took a nap during the morning session due to the streaming was more shaky than my driving in golf, he says.
Not just yet.
Some sort of technical problem like my driving in golf. Oh, it's good to know. Hope you iron it out. Bent. Next ball was a dot. Mighty Mariners asking us who we leave out of the women's team for tomorrow as Wharton turns it to leg. That's fielded by Worrell. And there is no run. Who to leave out tomorrow? Well, probably leave out Jordan Thompson, Adam Lythe. Well, I said.
Out of the women's team?
Yeah, the squad's been announced for tomorrow. Georgie Boyce, Amy Campbell, Claudie Cooper, Rebecca Duckworth, Rhea Fackrell, Stur Callis, Beth Langston, Jeannie Lee, Amelia Love, Rachel Slater, Erin Thomas, Olivia Thomas, Maddie Ward, Lauren Winfield Hill and Jess Woolston. That's the Yorkshire women's squad for finals day tomorrow. Not going to answer your question because we're concentrating on this one for the moment, Mighty Mariners, but there you go. I've read your squad picture out for you. Who would you leave out?
Psyche Shaw bowls and Lythe defends there and very quickly looks down to see where the ball's gone and kicks it away. So, he was probably thinking of that last ball in the third test match that dribbled back onto the stumps. It wasn't happening to Adam Lythe. Shaw bowls and Lythe pats that one away, and it's going to be a chase back for ever enthusiastic Jamie Overton.
Andy Walker, good afternoon to you. Says deploying spin from both ends against Yorkshire in Scarborough. Surrey cricket, old school and fascinating.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see a couple of spinners bowling in tandem. Next delivery is defended. Takes me back to the 1980s. Edmonds and Embry wheeling away. Carrick and did Phil Carrick have a partner up?
Copey probably.
I think Copey was a bit earlier, wasn't he?
Must have played while Ferg was.
Next delivery, he's just edged past the two slips. Doesn't get very far, but they're able to get a single.
And I said the back half of Jeff Cope's career was the front half of Ferg's, something like that.
I think there's a spinner there somewhere, isn't there? Getting just a little bit more comfortable for Yorkshire at the moment as Wharton pushes forward and defends. No run there. They're extending the lead. They're leading now by 29 runs. And, still the 9 wickets to fall. That was played firmly up to wide mid-on because, we say 9 wickets to fall. Johnny Bairstow probably won't bat. I suppose he could be on emergency call again. 5 or 6 down. He dashed to the hospital. He dashed back here to save the game here.
You'll be tuned in, Johnny. You're with us now, aren't you, Johnny? Just send us a message and let us know how things are going. Hope everything is going smoothly. I was going to mention, because there were moans and groans, of course. What? Moans and groans? Would you believe it, DT? No, I hear you say, Kate. As Jax bowls and Lythe plays out into the offside, there were moans and groans about the covers situation.
Oh, right.
During those days of precipitation during this match. Jax is in, it's wide of Lythe's off stump and he leaves. There were moans and groans about why the run-ups were not covered for longer. John Dodds, the groundsman, said to me that one of the reasons that the water held as Jacks is in and Lyth turned to leg, no run, and he knows this ground better than any of us, is that he knows the sort of small micro moments, as it were. Jacks to Lyth, who punches to Sibley, no run. And he said it sort of holds in when it hasn't rained for ages, and it hasn't really rained for ages. We've had quite a bit in the last few days, and it takes a bit of time to go through, and therefore was wetter just under the surface.
Yeah, but because the it's so dry and so compact underneath.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Jackson, good delivery this time, and Lyth beaten beyond the outside edge. But he also said to those who were sort of having a pop at not having longer covers that the ECB minimum is 10 feet length of covering for run-ups. 10 feet, that's it. So that's basically the last couple of strides, isn't it? 2 or 3 strides or whatever.
Yeah, because
the last ball was blocked there, by the way. 49 for 1 at the end of the over.
The covers here, you would think, are what, at least 10 metres, aren't they, in length? Yep. When you think about it from a bowler's point of view, surely, you can start your run as the quicker bowlers. Surely, it's not a vital part of your run-up, is it? The first few paces.
It's those last 2 strides where you're really landing, bang, bang, isn't it?
Yeah, but not 10 metres back, is it? You should be able to be getting into some sort of stride after that. No, it's quite right. It's that bit where you're landing. You were a far quicker bowler than me, Georgie, but
Yes, that would be lovely. I wondered if you were still there, actually, Kate.
We've got to change a bowler. That delivery goes down the.
Do you want to tell us who it is?
Leg side.
Dan Lawrence.
It's Dan Lawrence. I didn't know. That's why I was putting the glasses on.
You can tell.
I knew it wasn't Sai Kishore. So Lawrence. Lots of action and.
You can tell he looks like a hen that's pecking at the farmyard floor, doesn't he, sort of thing, as he runs in.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah, go on then. Sorry.
In 22 overs, there's been 22 scoring shots
next
in this entire innings. There you go.
Delivery from Lawrence is pushed down to Sai Kishore, who's bowling.
So that's a 23rd scoring shot in the 23rd over, and he was hit by number 23, James Wharton. Wow.
Oh dear, so we all buy a raffle ticket tonight. That's the 50 up, 50 for 1.
That's why Kate gets paid an absolute fortune for snipping golden info like that.
Absolute fortune.
Lawrence now around the wicket. That's allowed through to the keeper. If his deliveries were as hard to read as his run-up, he'd be a demon, wouldn't he? Well, he is very eccentric. He swings one arm, a little skip, a hop, a stride, pushes into the offside, no run. Like one of those kids you get in the school playground who go tearing in and all action, and then you think they're going to bowl at about 100 miles an hour, and they don't. He's not trying to bowl 100 miles an hour, he's trying to spin the ball. He turns it a little bit there. He might just have been having that one over just to swap round Kishore and Will Jacks. Indeed, Kishore is coming on. Again, he started off at this Pizon Park end. And he's had a longer spell at the far end, the Trafalgar Square end. He's back on now. Shame he doesn't play football, isn't it? Sai Kishore, because it would be very easy to have a song, wouldn't it? Be Sai Kishore, Kishore, whatever will be, will be. But it doesn't really work with cricket, does it? Because you don't have songs for players in cricket.
You've really missed the obvious one that you could have been saying for any one of these 4 days, David Townsend.
Well,
You would have thought
leave
coming
the
to
obvious
Scarborough,
ones to you.
he would have renamed himself C. Kishore. Here he is round the wicket, bowling to James Wharton.
I prefer the Kishore one.
It's pushed to Sibley at point, no run.
Right.
50 for 1. There is Kishore. Wharton back foot punches, but straight into the shins of the shin-padded Ryan Patel. Silly mid-off.
What's that tongue twister? I'll work it out in a minute.
Kishore in again, and rocking back. Wharton has dismissed that. Good shot along the deck down towards the coffee tent for 4 runs.
I saw Kishore sitting on the seashore. Does that one work?
Oh. I think, in the words of Roy Castle, medication's what you need, DT.
Go on, then you say it. Not easy.
Is it getting to the stage where we've got to go through Peter Piper, Pecker, Pickled Pepper?
He's not playing.
Wharton shoulders arms through to Blake. Another dot ball, 54 for 1, following that Wharton boundary that took him to 15. 34 for Adam Lyth at the non-striking end. He'll at least want to leave here with a half century to his name if he can. As drops forward here and gets wrapped on the pad, James Wharton. But bearing in mind Kishore has been getting a fair degree of turn, you can be Kishore of that. Not quite Kishore that the umpire, Nigel Long,
Kate's complaining.
agreed. As Wharton pushes forward, Patel dives onto the pitch to field, and that is the completion. Thank the Lord. Of over number 24 of this Yorkshire second innings. 54 for 1, that's a lead of 34 runs with 9 second innings wickets in hand. And there are 10 minutes to try and kill between now and the tea break, DT.
Oh, we haven't reached the time when we're killing time. We'll have to have I'm sure Fred will pay us a visit at some point during the afternoon. He's promised to pop in, but no sign of him yet. I did see somebody puffing away on a pipe on the other side, but we'll look forward to that when it happens. He's going to continue. He's done Lawrence and he's taken a wicket, and Adam Lyth has just edged that one straight forward to Jamie Overton at slip. The simplest wicket that you will see taken by a spin bowler. Lyth pushing forward, straight edge, straight in complete contrast to Jamie Overton's first catch, which was wonderful. That one was just straightforward, didn't even have to move, and Lyth is making his way off, tucks his bat under his arm, and he's on his way for 34. Does that just breathe a little bit of something back into the game again?
Yeah, be disappointed. Well, Adam Lyth, I mean, this time it wasn't the little nibble that he had at the ball in the first innings, which I think probably felt like a slightly worse dismissal. It was probably got out with this one. But to come out with 47 and 34 on the ground he loves to score runs on, it's not a flop, is it? 47 and 34, but
he'll probably think it
on this pitch.
He'll feel he hasn't cashed in here this week.
That's a good way of putting it, David, for a change.
So
I'll give you that.
Thank you. Luxton comes out, and the demon Lawrence has struck with his whirligig bowling action. To 34 runs ahead, 7 wickets to 4 probably, as Luxton comes forward, defends, pushes that back down the pitch. No. We're in the 25th over. We have 57 to bowl in total, Kate?
Yes.
79 balls and 4 fours there, Kate.
Yes.
That's Adam Lythe's tally for his 34.
Next delivery from Lawrence. He's played quietly back to him. Just sort of trying to work out the maths of this at the moment. 57 overs, 2 for the change rounds is really 55, isn't it? And this is the 25th, 30 after this one. Luxton defends. 30 overs and 34 runs ahead, so I think Yorkshire have got a bat for at least another 20 overs, and if they can't do that with 7 wickets, then they deserve to lose. Lawrence bowls. That's pushed back down the pitch. No run. They'll be disappointed to get out the way he did. Lawrence has decided to go round the wicket to the right-hander. 4 men catching positions, although one of them now moved. No, he's moved to gully. He's taken his helmet off. Here's Lawrence bowls again, quicker bit delivery. That's pushed firmly down there to Ryan Patel at short leg. That's the end of the over. 54 for 2. Your batting to come, of course, including the in-form Matthew Revis. Due in next. Tease the immovable feast, isn't it, on the final day?
Yeah, I think that's Paul Newton's expression, isn't it? Hope you're with us, Paul, by the way. I forgot to mention the email I'd found in my junk mail the other day from him. So if you are so short of things to do that you are listening to us this afternoon, Paul Newton, then thanks for your email, and great to hear from you. Here is Kishore, and
was due to do an Essex game this week, or a couple of days away. Was Newt's.
Here's Kishore between umpire Nigel Long and the stumps, round the wicket, flicked into a yawning gap on the leg side by Wharton, and they'll get through for 1. Dan Worrell round to do the fielding. They should get in this plus 1 more over before that immovable feast, which will, by virtue of that fact, be movable by a couple of minutes. Second past 3:40.
Well, you know what I mean. They can't play around with it. They can't say tea at 4 o'clock or whatever.
There's Kishore again. Oh, evidence of turn to Will Luxton. There's still plenty of time. Another session left today. The way things are going, Yorkshire will probably hope to make it to 10 to 5, and they might declare on their innings, but there's still a chance for these two or whoever else to put some first-class runs on the board. Luxton stretching forward, defends to Ryan Patel. There's no run.
And for Yorkshire fans listening, Joe Root has just got to 120, which means he's now on the second highest run score in the history of tests.
In comes Kishore. Turns one past the outside edge of Luxton, who was stretching forward for it. No run. What a player.
Yeah. Tremendous career he's had, and a fair way to go yet. You think he's got at least 3 or 4 more good years in him, hasn't he?
Kishore in again, and Luxton defends into the offside. And there is no run to complete. They're over at 55 for 2. Somebody said to me yesterday, the last South Yorkshireman that Yorkshire produced that made it any good as a player.
What?
And I said, really? Seriously? there's a guy called Joseph Edward Root. Have you?
Not a bad player. Have we mentioned John from Sheffield, who said hello in the pub last night?
No.
Came over. He was very, very polite, wasn't he? He said something nice about you, I think, Georgie.
Did he? Oh, he did. Yes. Thanks, John, and Chris as well from down South Wales, Aberdare. Just been having a chat with me at the side of the pitch.
You over from Demon Lawrence, Trafalgar Square end bowls, and back across his stumps. Oh, he's going to get a single for that, Wharton. But again, it doesn't fill you with confidence when he does that. But got the bat on it and threw the short legs out to Kishore. And one more to the total. So the lead 35. Effectively 7 wickets in hand. Lawrence bowls and pushed a short leg, no run. We'd have had that rain, Dodgy. This would have been a set up for a cracking game, wouldn't it? I think Yorkshire would be batting differently now as well if that was the case. Of field adjustments, just perhaps making sure that this is the last over before tea. There's still a minute to go. Lawrence bowls to Luxton, who turns that in the air through the short legs. It was it was one of those that, yes, it was risky, but you'd have been very unlucky if it had gone to hand and been caught. 1 run to Luxton, he's off the mark. 17 to Wharton.
11 balls.
11 balls to get off the mark. Thank you, Kate. Lawrence bowls and another shout of catch it. That ball's played behind square. Kishore's after it. Oh, he stopped it with his foot. No, you shouldn't do that.
You're talking about football with him, so...
Well, true, I suppose, but Jonty Rhodes, who's one of the great fielders of all time. Once suggested to him he should write a book on fielding. He said it would be very short. It would just consist of the words, "Don't use your feet."
Once had a game of air hockey with him down in the arcade here.
Oh. Comes Lawrence bowls as an appeal there as Wharton pads that one away, and that's going to be tea. So, intriguing afternoon session. Started off with a bit of bish and bash from the 9, 10 and jack of the Surrey side. Got them a lead of 20. Not done it easily, have they, to get to, as they are, to 59 for 2, but they lead by 39 runs going into the final session. 8 wickets, officially 8 wickets in hand, effectively 7 wickets in hand because Johnny Bairstow's absent from the ground. Yep, there we go. So we'll be back in 20 minutes time for the final session. Still a bit of cricket to be played in this yet. We'll see you all later.
Loxton, continuing to batting for Yorkshire.
Welcome back. Final session of this 4-day match then. Yorkshire, second time around, 59 for 2, a lead of 39. For what that may be worth, because we probably got about another 50 minutes of play, you would think, before the end of this one. Unless, of course, several wickets fall, in which case I might put a different complexion on things, I suppose. But we're working on the former assumption, really. But Psyche Shaw is going to resume from the Peasham Park end of the ground and will try and apply some pressure. 2 slips, a silly mid-off, point, extra cover, deepish mid-off, cover sweeper, mid-on and square leg, and first delivery, as many have from the hand of the left armour, turning away from the right-hander, up the incline, and left by Luxton, who resumes 1 not out. Kishore in again. Luxton will get a run and turn that to leg for a single. Church is alongside for this first little post-tee spell, and maybe for all of it, we'll see. DT's disappeared somewhere off back to the home for a little afternoon nap. Kishore in again, and Wharton smothering that to the feet of Ryan Patel. No run. Our scorer's also currently doing a lap of the outfield. In comes Kishore again. Wharton strokes it out into the deep on the offside. Fisher will field in the floppy. 1 run. 60 for 2. Kishore to Wharton. Turns it 2 square on the leg side to get a single. Jordan Clark is on hand to field. Sun gone in for the moment. Plenty of breeze enough out there. It's not cold. Friday afternoon here in Scarborough. This one pushes forward just a little too hard of hand, and that was not far short of landing in the hands of Ryan Patel at silly mid-off. He survives Will Luxton. End of the over, 61 for 2, and Townsend returns.
Well, I think for Surrey to make anything dramatic happen here, they need a really good first 15 minutes after tea. Probably need a couple of wickets straight away after tea. I thought they bowled very well before tea. It's still a good pitch to bat on. Yes, it's turning, but it's still a good surface, this. But at least we've had a bit of excitement on this last day. 41 they lead by, and it's going to be Dan Lawrence from the Trafalgar Square end, and he's coming in to Wharton, who's up on his toes, turning this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards Ryan Patel at short leg. Wharton and Luxton batted very well in the first innings together. Here's Lawrence over the wicket. Quicker ball, and just turned away off his hit by Wharton, and he might well get a boundary here. Yes, he will. Just runs away over the boundary rope for 4. Hear the applause, and you can hear David Townsend getting himself a bottle of water down below us after his walk to the middle during the tea break.
He's left his other one here, as usual.
I think that's mine, actually, to be fair to David. I think that might be my bottle of water. David's got a whole thing about he keeps the tops on his.
Somebody's hidden one behind this monitor as well.
Yes, it's been a warm 4 days, of course. In over the wicket comes Lawrence. Wharton's back on his stumps, turning this one into the leg side. Round Dominic Sibley under the helmet to do the fielding. So the lead is 45 at 65 for 2. Yorkshire Lawrence tosses himself a couple of catches, then bounces in over the wicket he comes. Forward goes Wharton's got to be a little bit careful. Playing round that front pad a touch. That brings short leg into play. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Lawrence to get rid of Adam Lyth. Before B, as in over the wicket goes Lawrence, and Wharton's up on his toes and pushes this one out towards Jordan Clark. Sweeping on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single. One more to James Wharton. He moves on to 25. Luxton comes back onto strike on 2. The sound of a gull flying past the commentary box windows. Lawrence in once more to Luxton. The right-handed Luxton's forward, poking this one out into the offside. Another over ticks by. Another over successfully negotiated by Yorkshire. 68 6 for 2. Here's the announcement of the raffle winner, and on the Yorkshire live stream, more of those wonderful drone shots of Scarborough. Fantastic. The big wheel there and the beach, lots of people on the beach. Wonderful shots from the drone. They really are. You see the castle up there on the top. Magnificent drone shots.
Kishore bowling to Wharton, fired that one in quickly, and James Wharton, that was past his outside edge before he blinked. Good delivery from Kishore. He's going to keep on asking questions. Comes again round the wicket, and Wharton this time there's claims of caught at slip, and he has gone. Wharton maybe bat into top of the pad flap, something like that. Was it an inside edge?
Yeah, I think so. Looking to work it, just said be careful working around that front pad, and that's exactly what he's looked to do there. And a good catch diving forward. So Surrey have one after tea. They need this all to happen quite quickly, Surrey. Ryan Patel with the catch. But they just need this all to happen quite quickly. So Wharton goes after tea for 25. I suppose, again, it's worth reminding everybody there's no Johnny Bairstow here today. So they're a batter light. So... yeah, apologies, Dan Lawrence with the catch, diving forward in the gully, but he was just trying to work it through the leg side, little inside edge onto his pad, and it looped really, and diving forward was Dan Lawrence. So Matthew Revis' century in the first innings, of course, is making his way out to the middle. Kishore has his second wicket of the innings.
Yeah, Wharton gone for 25. Kate will give us the details.
No, she won't. She says, no, she won't. So gone for 25, but as I say, Surrey need this to happen quickly. 66 for 3. That's a lead of 46 now for Yorkshire.
69 balls, 3 fours. I'll give you the details then. Wicket falling after 29.2 overs. I was mentioning the playing out for another hour, maybe 50 minutes. Or they could lose some quick wickets and obviously give Surrey very much a chance and time to knock them off as well. So it's in Yorkshire's interest, A, not to lose wickets, but also B, to continue to accumulate runs during this period and try and just put it beyond the visitors' control. That's wide of off stump, first up. Prompts a hands-on head, and an oh my God, I think it was, from Dan Lawrence, who had just taken that catch, but Matthew Revis was not even playing at it. Revis just pulls out because something had disturbed him, maybe in the eye line. Kishore, who had been coming between umpire and stumps, is running straight on, but still round the wicket here. And Patel coming into play with that defensive push to his feet at sending it off. Another dot. Kishore again moves in towards the stumps and then kind of steps slightly away from him as he delivers. And again, same trio involved, the bowler, the batter and Patel. From that delivery. Sure, and again, Revis goes back foot and defends to Patel. 66 for 3. Yorkshire wouldn't want to get themselves into a pickle here. As Churchy says, there is no Johnny Bairstow, so they can only have 9 wickets in this, their second innings. They've got 6 of those left.
They have, and as I say, just Surrey want to put a bit of a wobble into Yorkshire here after tea. Last session of the game, of course, and Luxton's on strike, and Dan Lawrence is continuing from the Trafalgar Square end with his off breaks. He's into Luxton. Luxton's letting it go. Well taken by Blake. Blake's had a terrific game with bat and behind the stumps. He really has. He's kept beautifully in this game. Right-handed Luxton settles over his bat once more. Dan Lawrence comes bouncing in over the wicket. And Luxton is forward, clips this neatly into the leg side. Rory Burns is round. Revis took a little bit of time to get going there. And he's through for the single, is Luxton. And another run to the lead. Another run to Luxton. And that will bring Revis onto strike. Just looked across to my right to see Dave Townsend in a position. You may find him in of a morning. Away there to my right hand side. With the paper, as it's Matthew Revis settling himself down over his bat once more. In over the wicket comes Dan Lawrence, tosses this one up. Revis is forward, thick edge, all along the carpet, down towards the third man boundary rope and away for 4 runs. So Revis is off the mark with a boundary. He'll move on to 4. And Yorkshire move on to 71 for 3. Nice soft hands there from Matthew Revis, who's had a very good game, of course. So again, will be a tester for him. Kishore and Lawrence, and possibly a bit more of Will Jacks. Lawrence, all arms and legs, and then he's in. Forward goes Revis. Rolls along the floor. Down into the leg side. It's picked up by Dom Sibley. Matt Fisher's all on his own. Out there at deep backward square in front of the benches. Lawrence once again. Over the wicket he comes. And, he's gone onto the back foot here as Revis. Got to be a little bit careful there. They always say the best players play spin off the back foot, but just got to be a little careful. If that one rushes on or keeps a bit low, could get himself into trouble. There's a young gentleman here walking along carrying 4 pints of milk. That's a good effort. As this one's left alone, it does spin back and bounces. But again, as we've said all along, with the bounce here, that's probably gone over the top of his off stump. Matthew Revis, end of the over, 71 for 3. The lead is 51 for Yorkshire.
I think you'll find it was 4 litres of milk.
It's a good effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is.
Simon Taylor has emailed in on the wrong address. It will close down this, folks, if you don't start to remember that Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk will never receive your correspondence. He says, Doige, who'd pay $1 million to have me killed? Who'd pay $1 million to have me killed? Said Roger Moore, as James Bond, as Luxton pushes into the offside and will pick up a single, taking on the arm of Sibley. Got through, the ball didn't hit directly as was intended to be the case. The response, jealous husbands, humiliated tailors, outraged chefs, the list is endless. From M. Apparently Simon enjoyed a little Hugh Turbeville Bond chat during play yesterday. Here is Kishore, full length delivery, right up in the block hole. Revis digs it out well. There is no run, 72 for 3. 3 men round the bat. plus keeper Josh Blake. Kishore in again. Revis turns it to leg, thinks about a run instinctively, but Kishore is quickly out. And between them, Revis and Luxton decide safer to stay put. Ball back with the bowler, running straight in again. Sidearm delivery almost. Revis once again defends.
There goes my young man with his 5 pints of milk out the gate. Done very well. Look at him. How's he doing that?
Some guns there. Here's Kishore, and that's turned to leg by Revis this time, the bowler fielding.
Must have been in a container or something.
The sheer brute strength of the man. It's Kishore to the sound of gulls, and bowling to Revis, who pushes out square on the offside. The end of that over. 32, I think, will click over, has now been complete in this Yorkshire second innings. 52 ahead, the loss of 3 wickets at 72 for 3.
Yeah, anybody who's listening to us and watching the live stream, again, more drone shots going past the big wheel there. That's a new addition, isn't it? The big wheel here in Scarborough.
Yeah, relatively recent times, yeah. I think, is it positioned where the theatre used to be? Down at the front.
Well, it's a great view from up there, I would have thought. Here is Lawrence then coming in over the wicket to Luxton, and Luxton's playing this one gently off the back foot. In the Test match, England are 444 for 2. A certain Joe Root's 125 not out. Ben Stokes is 39 not out. So England going along very nicely there at the moment. As this one's tossed up by Lawrence, it's turned into the leg side by right-handed Luxton. In their second innings, Nottinghamshire 63 for 1 against Hampshire, lead by 187. So that's going to be a draw down there at the Utilita Bowl. As he's in again is Lawrence. Luxton's just dabbing this into the offside and taking a single. We know that Essex beat Sussex by an innings and 39 runs earlier in the day. Warwickshire going very well, 286 for 4, need a further 107 runs for victory against Worcestershire. In Division 2, Leicestershire have beaten Derbyshire by 189 runs. Derbyshire all out for 256.
Fletch won't be happy.
Fletch won't be happy. As forward goes Revis, plays this one from Lawrence into the offside. Glamorgan have beaten Kent by 5 wickets. Gloucestershire hanging on in there against Lancashire, 275 for 9 they are in their second innings. That's a lead of 99. So Lancashire might get out there for a mad dash. As in again goes Lawrence. Revis turns this one into the leg sides, picked up by Sibley. And Northamptonshire 199 for 8, still trailing Middlesex, following on by 165. But they're holding out at the moment. They're at Merchant Taylor's School. As in goes Lawrence once again. Revis up on his toes and just pushes this one into the offside. They'll pick up another single. One more to the total. Revis and Luxton will get together at the end of the over for a bit of a natter about everything. 74 for 3. I'll tell you what, this would have been a terrific Test match if there was another day tomorrow. Been a very interesting Test match, this. But as it is, we haven't got another day tomorrow.
No Test status.
No, indeed. You're off to Wantage Road. And I've got the Kia Oval on Sunday. And you're back here and I'm off to Durham.
Yeah, we've got a bit of up and down the country to go, the pair of us. Kishore to Revis, who smothers that one in defence. No, Ron, you are further than me.
David Townsend is washing his trousers this weekend.
Fully so as well.
Yes, they'll be ready for Monday.
Not before time.
They could walk themselves to the laundrette.
Kishore in and Revis again smothers.
Oh yes, he's getting them washed by his landlady. Yeah. He's just sort of, I think, asked the question, and she said she'll do the washing.
Sure again, Revis goes back foot. That's just bowled a little quicker again. He's good at varying his pace. He's trying a few different things, Kishore. As I mentioned, he's had the extra pivot of running across and between the umpire and the sticks. He's now going straight on. He's tried his luck over the wicket as well.
Oh,
feels like he's bowling a bit flatter than this way around than he had done previously. And as Churchy says, good delivery, zipping away from the right-handed Revis to the gloves of Blake.
Great take as well, because that bounced. Really, as Cameron Steele said, you can see that Blake's been keeping to Yusuf Majid in the seconds.
This time a straighter ball, and Revis more comfortable in playing that back to the bowler.
Yusuf Majid bowls left arm spin as well. Oh look, above our commentary box, I think there is on the live stream a very big gull.
Just about over Kate's head, I think.
Yeah.
Here's Kishore, that's dropped into the offside for Patel to field.
Get out there, David, and have a look.
Completion of that over, 35th in the Yorkshire second innings, 74 for 3. Gentleman beneath our commentary box has decided enough is enough.
Well, that didn't work, did it? Did you see the goal? No. There's more drone shots on the live stream. They are very good, these drones, aren't they? You've got to be very well trained to pilot them, though. Settling himself over his bat is Luxton. Dan Lawrence is going to come around the wicket with his off breaks now to Luxton, change his angle of attack, and Luxton is forward and plays this with soft hands down into the leg side. David feeling the chill now, he's got his hoodie on. Another very loud gull. In around the wicket once again goes Lawrence, and that's turned into the leg side. It rolls straight back up the pitch, and there's no run as Lawrence does the fielding off his own bowling. We have had 1 wicket since tea, that of Wharton, as Luxton's forward again. Gets fully forward there. But yes, the Wharton wicket, looking to whip it on the leg side, as you can see there on the live stream again. Little inside edge onto his back pad, and Dan Lawrence taking a tumbling catch, diving forward in the gully. As Lawrence is in once again. This is turned by Wharton down into the leg side, picked up by Ryan Patel.
The leap by Lawrence into his delivery stride feels like he's about to really fizz one through, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's, as I say, it's his own action. But when he lets go of the ball, he's in about the right place, as this is pushed off the back foot by Luxton, out into the offside. Does love bowling as well, does Dan Lawrence. And as I say, it was a lovely piece of bowling to get rid of Adam Lybe. It really was. He's in once again. Is Lawrence. Luxton's forward, turning this one into mid-wicket, picked up by Rory Burns. So through another over Yorkshire, 74 for 3. And there on the live stream, that is the man behind the drone pictures. And he is very good at all that stuff, because it does take us. I wouldn't want to fly a drone. You need to know what you're up to. There it is. There's the drone as well on the live stream. There is the drone itself. But you need a license, and you need to know what you're doing as well. But it does produce some gorgeous pictures, as we're seeing on the stream at the moment.
Psyche Shaw to continue from the Peasholm Park end, bowling to Revis, who's over the top of that and defending. Looks as though we've got, as well as Psyche Shaw bowling, a bit of a Cy King lookalike down the front row in his cap. Wonder what he's cooking up tonight. The hairy biker, as that's turned to leg by Revis, and he'll pick up a single. Jordan Clark round to do the fielding. We met the steward, DT and I, at tea. Dan, I think he said his name was. Very pleasant chap. never really done cricket before. He's just moved into the area. Working here next week, he said. And he'll be quite happy to come back and watch more of it. He's found it really interesting. So we've got a convert in the ground in the form of Stewart as Luxton defends again into the offside. I did put my foot on the white line at one point during our conversation, and he said, "Get your foot off there, groundsman will do his nut," as that was wide of off stump and Luxton left.
Did you notice anything with Dave Townsend about the pitch?
Yeah, it's got some grass on.
Excellent.
And there's a few marks where people have landed with both the ball and their feet.
Even better.
Yeah, there's a bit of chin stroking went on to come up with that assessment as Luxton plays into the offside and there's no run. And he asked us who we were. DT said, "This is Jonathan, he commentates for the BBC." And he went, "Oh, BBC." Here's Kishore, and that's turned to leg by Luxton. And he's going to pick up 2 runs. Worrell doing the fielding. And DT said, yeah, he likes to flaunt it, so he displays a badge with it on. At which point, he pulled out his own pass from his pocket. And I said, well, you're contravening the rules, actually, because we are told we need to wear these at all times when at the ground and in the media areas. And he continues to flout the laws and remains in his pocket. But Churchy, I know it's you and I, and Kevin Howells are all sporting hours as decreed.
Kevin Howells, with his pass, wears it in a very interesting way, in that he sort of has it, puts his arm through it, so it sort of rests upon his shoulder. That's a very nice way of doing it. DT stays in his pocket at all times. Tight pockets these days, those. I was thinking, though, with your landlady very kindly washing your trousers, the last thing you need is them getting shrunk in any way, shape or form, isn't it? As waiting once again is Revis. As in over the wicket goes Lawrence, and Revis pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
They need to be boil washed as well, though, wouldn't they, Churchy?
As I say, they can make their own way. Don't need DT. I think they could walk themselves to the landlady. As in goes Lawrence, forward goes Revis, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. So they're doing this very well after tea. As I say, it's still a good pitch to bat on this. We have had balls that have turned in this innings. This one's tossed up by Lawrence and just pushed away by Revis out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to Revis. One more to the lead for Yorkshire. Luxton comes back on to strike once again. Bowls can be heard. Lawrence is in, and that's hitting the pad. Luxton's playing around that front pad now. Got to be a little bit careful. Some cries there from the Surrey close catchers. We're into the 37th over of this innings. Of course, in an hour it's the 16, as that's quicker. Turned into the leg side by Luxton. But I think now, even with that wicket of Wharton after tea, we've been out there since the tea break now. Been out there
27 minutes.
27 minutes. Over the wicket once again goes Lawrence, much quicker. Pushed away through the offside by Luxton. Picked up by Jordan Clark. End of the over. 78 for 3. I think that is now. You can see the sky there above all the houses, and there's a bit of darker cloud, but fine for the rest of today. We are going to get Will Jacks back into the attack from Peasholm Park end. You may well get Kishore bowling again then from the Trafalgar Square end. His first ball he bowled to Adam Lyth really did turn today. Jacks.
Yep, see what he's got to offer here. Can he give Yorkshire a fright? This one moves towards an end. Jordan Clark just been moved into the right position by his bowler, which is a straightish mid-wicket, and the sweeper's gone away from mid-wicket down to square leg. That one turned sharply again from outside Will Luxton's off stump. He got right across and had it covered and shouldered arms.
That's the sound of Kevin House's thighs there, away to our left.
Been on the weights, clearly sounding rock hard, those thighs, as that's turned to leg by Luxton to the feet of Patel. No run.
Yeah, there's a few people sort of drifting now.
Yeah.
Around the ground.
Jacks just drops this one a bit shorter, flicked firmly. Patel is struck by it rather than anything else. It goes for a single. Square on the leg side. Churchy doing some strange arm exercises as well. Checking in her bag, gentleman keeping up to date with his text messages. One or two others still with the feet on the seats on the row below, concentrating on what this match has still to offer. Jack's bowls a little too straight, and with the turn he's picked off backward of square leg by Revis for a comfortable 2. Matthew Revis moves on to 9 to add to that 110 he made unbeaten in the first innings. This is doing that average absolutely no harm whatsoever. 7 to his partner Will Luxton. Jack's bowls again, sharp turn from wide of off stump. Dom Sibley was very interested from silly mid off, but not the case with Nigel Long.
We haven't
might have hit the 6th stump.
We haven't had an LBW in the entire game.
Now Jackson again turning sharply, but that's missing as well. And that is the end of the over. 80 for 3. The lead for Yorkshire now 60. Now the 38 overs complete in this their second innings. As Churchy says, people starting to make their way gradually towards the exits. One of them who's passing the exit by the looks of things in his orange trainers is Yorkshire's general manager Gary Hamilton. Recognise that walk anywhere. He's heading back down towards the pavilion. Maybe he's just sneaked off for an ice cream up in the top corner, or hidden behind the van so nobody could see him, so he couldn't get caught on camera.
Well, I think the ice cream van's done a good trade today. Dan Lawrence it will be to continue from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. He's coming into Luxton. Luxton is forward and just drops this one away with soft hands into the offside. And there is no run. The gentleman down below us who's got his ice cream now. Looking very smart he is. Oh, is he listening to us? Because he sort of looked up here as he was licking it, so to speak. As in over the wicket once again comes Lawrence, and forward goes Luxton. Plays this one out into the offside. And again there's no run. Lawrence is going to come around the wicket now to the right-handed Luxton. 4 men catching around him. Lawrence is in. Luxton is forward. Playing this one out into the offside. I'll be listening to my favourite radio station on the way home tonight. It plays nothing but country music. Oh yes, David, I do like a bit of the old country music.
Stand by your man FM.
It's that sort of thing. As forward, once again, goes Luxton, plays this one away into the offside. Plays a lot of the old classics and some of the modern day country and western. Very popular in this country now is country and western music.
Thank you very much. 4
men around the bat of Luxton. Dan Lawrence comes around the wicket once more. Forward goes Luxon. They'll get a single. Just pushes this one away out through the offside. Another single. One more to the total. One more to Luxton. And Matthew Revis will come back on to strike. Lead 61 now. At 81 for 3. Just taking his guard at the moment is Revis. Looks like he's taking a middle stump guard there. As Lawrence gets ready to come around the wicket to the right-handed Revis. And Revis gets up on his toes to a quicker ball, just tucks it down into the leg side. Another over ticks past. And some more wonderful drone shots. Bit of the old longshore drift taking place there on the beaches. But a beautiful sight it is in this sort of weather. It really is. And unfortunately the weather's sort of played a big part in this game because we've lost a fair amount of cricket. And that is a real shame. But it's been a lovely stay up here in Scarborough. It really has been.
Yeah, shots of the Sands apartments there. The players might have been down there this week. Both sets of players. We saw a few of the Surrey lads, Gareth Batty and co, sitting outside last night while we were having our Calais fish and chips. Here's Jacks, and over the top of that, defending, Will Luxton, no run. Martin Bentley says, now then, JD, brother David brought cheese and onion hula hoops as his snack of choice today. I'd be interested to know what everyone else thinks. I have to say I'm disappointed. As Jacks bowls again with 5 men now round the bat of Will Luxton. P.S. No matter what Lily says, he thinks he's still the head of the Revis fan club. PPS, rev it up, Revis. Oh, now then, has he got a glove on this one? He has. Another wicket goes. More turn from Jacks. Luxton thinking about playing this. Tried to drop his hands on it, but he's gloved it through to leg slip. And he has gone. And Yorkshire are 81 for 4 in the 40th over. The catcher was?
Whoever was at leg slip. I'll work that one out in a minute, but it's a nice bit of bowling from Will Jacks. Got that one to really bounce. And Luxton, I think it was probably more off glove than anything. And he has to slowly make his way back. This isn't over yet. It was Dan Lawrence again at leg slip who took the catch, but it really did bounce. And it's off the glove and straight to Dan Lawrence.
Now Will Luxton, the last man on the board, has been given as 8, but the online scoring has him as 10.
Well, he's definitely out. He's definitely out. That's the key thing.
The scoreboard, sorry, Kate?
It's 83 for 4.
83 for 4. But he's gone. Yeah, it's definitely off the glove. It's definitely off the glove. And straight into the hands of Dan Lawrence. And out comes Mr. Sutherland to join Revis. Nice bit of bowling that from Will Jacks. And Dan Lawrence with his second catch of the innings so far, and the wicket, of course, of Adam Lythe.
Yeah, Will Sutherland. It's a bit different to being a finisher in a T20 match, this. Trying to finish. Oh, good delivery here. There's a huge appeal.
That must be very close, but umpire Long's not given anything. We haven't had one LBW in the game as yet, but he's gone back to this ball that's pretty full, actually. I think it's probably missing leg stump.
More turn for Jacks from outside off stump, and this time Sutherland will be relieved maybe to get off the mark with a single and away from this end, because the ball clearly offering a fair bit of turn from, in particular, this Peasard Park end of the ground. It's dropped a fair bit cooler in the last 15-20 minutes as Revis pushes through to backward point and will pick up another one to complete that over at 85 for 4. The scoreboard sorted itself out. Luxton has been given out Court Lawrence Bowljacks for 10 off 46 without hitting any boundaries.
Yep, so Dan Lawrence it will be to continue from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Revis on strike. He's sort of taking an off-stump guard because, of course, the ball's spinning back into him from Dan Lawrence. Settles himself down over his bat, does Revis. As Lawrence is in, quicker, Revis is turning down into the leg side. Sibley will pick up. They're in that leg gully position. You've got Will Jacks at leg slip, Overton at slip, and then Ryan Patel in there at short leg. Lawrence comes in over the wicket. Forward goes Revis with the arm ball. Beats the outside edge. Just went straight on. And Revis is pushed at that one. Nicely taken again by young Josh Blake. Good afternoon. Well, good evening almost now to you, David Townsend. As in over the wicket once again is Lawrence. Revis beaten on the outside again. Nicely bowled. Bail off for good measure by Josh Blake.
Need to slow this down a bit, Yorkshire.
Well, with spin going from either end,
Well,
whipping through the overs as well.
Well, that's the very reason they need to slow it down.
Well, yes. I was just explaining to the listener why. As in over the wicket comes Lawrence, and again that one turns. As well taken by Blake.
I was the listener. I'm the closest listener.
You are. You're right next door. We're on your good side. As Lawrence is in once again. Revis gets up on his toes, pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Jordan Clark comes round to his left to do the fielding. That'll be one more to the total. Sutherland comes on to strike. Quick look at the field. The lead at the moment is 66.
Sutherland will be happy with that being a New Zealander.
Yes.
It'll be Suxty Sucks.
It once again goes Lawrence. He's forward. Plays it away into the offside. Will take a single. So Sutherland will keep the strike. He'll move to 87 for 4. And Will Jackson. Sutherland is Australian, but I'm sure he does a terrific New Zealand accent.
It's from the he's from the West Islanders, the New Zealanders also. It's referred to Australia as. So it's going to be Jacks to continue. He's been good since he's come back from this Peace Home Park, hasn't he?
Very good.
Crowding round the bat, 5 of them looking for a catch.
Ow.
That's driven.
That's why they wear the shin guards. It's rattled into Sibley's shin guards, that one.
Poor old Tom. Next delivery. He's just pushed square the wicket. There's just singles to be had here, though, and everywhere, aren't there? So they're doing that very sensible in Yorkshire. But the point I was making the last over is that although in theory there are 16 overs, including this one left, of course we have to have 16 overs in the last hour. So any overs that are bowled now, and this next delivery from Jacks is pushed down to forward short leg.
Bonus.
Any overs that are bowled now in the next 18 or 17 minutes are bonus overs. So they could do with somebody just getting a bit of cramp or something. Just single pushed into the onside, and then you reduce it to just the 16 overs, and you would have 2 between innings. 14 overs lead already. What? 69, something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, the lead at the moment is 69, as you say.
Next Ball is short. There's a big appeal for
It's almost bowled him. It's almost dropped back onto the stumps there. He looked to pull that. Jax didn't even notice any of this because he was peeling so hard, but it's hit him on the elbow. Oh my goodness, that has just trickled by the stumps.
Delivery is defended it very similar, except he was defending in the Test match, so that ball that Bashir got the final wicket with when it dribbled back.
Yeah, Mohammed Siraj, wasn't it?
That was a defensive shot.
Well, he pulled it, it hit his elbow, and they've just watched it tantalisingly. Look at Josh Blake. It's like the whole world's come to an end. But Jax didn't even notice any of this because he was turning around appealing. Look, he won't even know that's got so close to bowling. Look at that. There's a lovely picture there of Dan Lawrence as well. So,
if they lose another wicket, it's definitely time for a bit of crump, surely.
Yes, indeed it is. Or a change of boots or something along those lines. Gloves. Sai Kishore.
Well, that doesn't take it that long.
But it can do, though. It can if you bring the wrong gloves out. Sai Kishore is going to continue from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. And that's short and cracked out through the offside. So he's replacing Dan Lawrence. They're going to pick up a couple here. Nice spell of bowling from Dan Lawrence. 2 more to the total. 2 more to that lead. And that moves on to 71. Pushed by Revis off the back foot this time. Out into the offside.
Similar situation in a way going on at Cheltenham with Lancashire finally bowling Gloucester out, and they've now got to have a dash.
A mad dash.
And they're 8 for 1 in the 3rd over. So.
In comes Kishore once again in the air. Bumble. Pushed down by batter. And straight into the turf and up again. Waits once more over his bat. And Revis is forward, playing this one down into the gully. And there is no run.
I know people will say, well, in T20 you can score 200 in 20 overs without too much trouble. But, of course, in first class you can have all the fielders back, and you can chuck a couple down the leg side, and it's not easy.
So this one's pushed off the back foot by Revis. But yeah, the thing these days is those sides will go for targets off overs that even probably 20 years ago they wouldn't have even thought about going after, because they've got all these different shots these days. Sai Kishore is in, and forward goes Revis. Just pushes this one very quietly out into the offside. Another over ticks by, bowled by Sai Kishore.
Difficult though, isn't it, with 9 fielders, but you could have the wicketkeeper right back as well. If do you remember back in the old days when there were no fielding restrictions in one day or something?
Yes.
I think Mike Brearley upset the Australians hugely by sending David Bairstow of Yorkshire, who was keeping wicket. He sent him back to the
boundary as well. Yes.
Needed 3 to win off the last ball or something. And wasn't taking any chances. And fair enough. So a new over from Jax. Bowls to Sutherland. There's a sort of half appeal there as that ball turns, and I suppose we could count out the number of balls where there's no appeal. That would be perhaps easier at the moment. Jax to Sutherland. That has got to be close, sure.
Yeah, that is tighter. It's on height. That is the only thing it can be. Sutherland's a tall lad. It's getting ridiculous now. That's just come from the stand. Use your bat if you're Sutherland. Otherwise, that is tight. It is tight. It really is tight, that one.
Next delivery is outside the bat and pad together. Is it another appeal?
Yeah, well,
stifled appeal.
The crowd can get, but I don't blame Surrey here because he's not using his bat.
Taking a little walk in between overs.
He's not using his bat at all here, Sutherland.
He is
That's
this
better.
time.
That's
Forward
better.
defensive, solidly into the offside. There's a big cheer from the crowd because there's no appeal.
And I think because he's used his bat.
Oh, could be. No, he's one of the home players. Mind you, there are probably more Surrey fans left in the ground
Yeah, I
than
would have
Yorkshire
thought so.
fans at the moment. That's pitched up
Shot.
and he's used his bat there. Thank you very much. We'll have 4 runs for that. Smacked away down into the corner of the into deep extra cover.
It's a good shot, that, because he's trying to hit a bit of rough, but he's just driven that very, very firmly away through the covers for 4 runs.
Next delivery has Sutherland forward and push back down the wicket.
Yeah, so interesting over again. But it's not many games you sort of get through, and there's been no LBWs given.
Yeah.
But I think the bounce has been the key thing, really.
Yeah, the bounce is always
good here, isn't
good, and you get. Oh, Lily's on her way.
Seen enough.
I think she's on her way.
Seen enough.
Yeah, Adam Lythe, who's scored bucketfuls of runs here. One of the reasons he's so good is he'll leave the ball literally on length early on. Doesn't nick off.
So, Revis is on strike. Sai Kishore comes left arm around the wicket to him, and Revis is forward, just poking this one back up the pitch.
They could actually now agree a draw because we're at 10-5.
10-5 we are we?
But Yorkshire will carry on a little. Sorry, I want to carry on a little bit more.
It's forward again. Comes the right-handed Revis. Plays it back up the pitch once more. It's been a good final day, this. Once again. Does Revis. Kishore is in. Forward once more goes Revis. Plays this one up towards Dan Worrell. Stood up there at mid-off. Goals. Oh dear, gentleman to our lefts completely unbuckled his trousers there. As forward goes Remis and plays this one out into the offside. Well, there's many ways to sort of tuck your shirt in, but that's not one of them, really.
Perhaps he's got some of those elasticated ones.
Yes, yeah. As forward goes Revis. Plays this one down into the leg side. Potter's in there towards Ryan Patel. Shaw's in once again, quicker this time. Revis forward, just plays it into Sibley, in there at Silly Point. End of the over. There's a very big gull on the live stream there at the moment inside the ground.
It could just be that the camera's very close to him.
There is that as well.
I don't think he was as big as that man, really.
Oh, yes. Although you say that, David, I'm sure I have seen gulls the size of
small men.
Small men, yes, absolutely. I certainly have. Oh dear.
55 for 4. They're absolutely bustling through these overs. Sorry, Jack's bowls. Yeah, that one's short of a length to Sutherland, who just whips it to mid-wicket. Bowls again, Jacks, and forward defensively. Ball makes its way back to the bowler, and you might think, well, we're 4 wickets down, what's all the fuss about? But of course, Johnny Bairstow, we presume, is not making a dash to the ground from the hospital, having made one the other way. That next delivery is looking for the drive, but getting a thickie inside.
Jamie Overton's laughing at Dom Sibley, who's in there at Silly Point. And Sutherland unwound to smash another one that way.
Next delivery. Oh, that keeps a little bit low and hurries through and knocks 4th stump out of the ground.
Yeah, it's good bowling again from Jacks. This is hard work.
Varying it well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Varying it well. Bowls again and defensively into the offside. 1 run because all the fielders are in.
It's a bounce dominated ball in this game. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But it's been an interesting last day, this.
It has, and I think if the weather had been good for the whole week, we would have seen, well, obviously we'd have seen more cricket, but I think we'd have seen the pitch taking more spin earlier.
Yeah, without a doubt, another appeal from Will Jackson. Not going to get anything here, I don't think, from Nigel Long.
I don't think Nigel Long's too amused either at some of this appealing. He's sort of stomping out to square leg at the end of the over, isn't he, as if to say,
I don't think he's really a stomper, is he, Nigel Long? He always looks very relaxed.
It's a sort of semi-stomp.
Yes, indeed. So, Sy Kishore having a long chat with Rory Burns. Some shots of the harbour from the drone as well. Yeah, I went down there last time I was in Scarborough with Mr. Kevin Howes. We had a walk round the harbour, and then we had a fish and chips on the beach. We had a romantic supper on the beach.
Very nice.
It was very nice indeed. It's Kishore. A rat on the wicket he comes to Sutherland, who's playing this one back up the pitch. And it was the first time I'd ever heard of, in the fish and chip shop, Mr. Howes asked for...
scraps.
That's it.
Yeah,
he asked for the scraps. I had no idea what he was talking about. As forward goes...
You see, when you've been in this part of the country as long as Mr. Howes or myself, you know what scraps are.
Yeah, I
and
had
I'll tell
no
you,
idea.
Scraps, you didn't ever used to get charged for scraps. But some people are actually now charging for scraps.
Oh, really? I was off to the pharmacist to get him some ointment. I had no idea what was going on. Kishore is in, driving. Is Sutherland. Oh, and a dive from down Warrell, but he doesn't quite get to it. And that's going to run away for 4. So that's the 100 up for Yorkshire. So the lead moves on to 80. Sutherland moves on to 12.
So when he said let's go down to the beach and have a few scraps, you thought...
Well, I thought he was going to get in an argument or something. No, I'd never heard of it, but he ordered his fish and chips and said, and a bag of scraps, please. Yep.
Not very healthy.
Well, no, it didn't look that healthy. As forward goes Sutherland and plays this one down into the offside, and there's no run.
You know, they obviously dip the fish in the batter and put it in, and the little bits of batter that come off, they scoop them up. They're the scraps.
Yeah, it was tasty.
It's not healthy.
No. In around the wicket goes Kishore, and this one's tucked up towards mid-on, and there's no run. That would be a good advert for a number of foodstuffs, wouldn't it? Tasty, but not healthy. And Sutherland goes for a little walk and then settles himself down over his bat once again. On the wicket to him, and he's driving, and off goes down Worrell in hot pursuit, and then tumbles away to his left to do the fielding, and they will pick up another single. End of the over, 101 for 4 then, and 13 of those belong to Sutherland, 14 belong to Revis, and Will Jacks will continue from the Peace Home Park end of the ground.
You go in and ask for a bag of batter cooked in fat.
But I genuinely had never heard of it until that evening with Kevin Howes. We saw some nice boats in the harbour.
New over, Jacks bowls to Sutherland, who just plays that one firmly into the onside. There were now, you could say there are now 6 catchers plus the keeper, because you got a short mid-wicket, leg slip, backward short leg, forward short leg, and forward defensively goes Sutherland, plays that down. What did that actually? Yeah, beat the bat, didn't he?
Yeah, a lovely bit of bowling that.
He's kept well, young Josh Blake.
Absolutely.
Kept well.
Batted well as well. He's had a good game, hasn't he?
Next delivery has Sutherland forward, pushing that to a mid-wicket.
Yeah, I may at the end of this game, if he can bear it, I may ask him some hard-hitting questions.
As only you can. Next delivery is played firmly into Dom Sibley and trickles out to mid-off and there's no run. When will be the end of the game is the question.
I think
2 minutes,
keep
2 minutes
going.
to 5 o'clock. That's next ball is pushed back down, so we might get another over in, which would mean then there's a maximum of 17, 2 between innings, plus 5 wickets to take.
Yeah, it's getting longer by the second.
It's played up to mid-on, fielded by Psyche Shaw to end that over.
Just wondering if the umpires are getting ready to indicate the last hour. Where are we? They'll be going by a clock somewhere, won't they?
The time, according to my...
we've still got a minute to go. Right,
But obviously that means now that there's a maximum of 17 overs. 2 for the change of innings.
Yep.
If they bowl them out in 10 overs, which would be a great effort, they'd only have 5 overs in which to score already 82 runs plus any more.
And that's what I mean. It's getting a longer shot by the ball at the moment. It's going to be Psyche Shaw to come around the wicket to Revis. Revis is forward, pushes this one away into the offside.
I think if Johnny Bairstow's listening in, he can turn the car around and go back to the hospital.
Or if he's listening at the hospital, you can relax, and your partner can relax now as well. Around the wicket again goes Kishaw, and this is pushed off the back foot by Revis. With Martin Emerson though at the Kia Oval, we were the sort of soundtrack to a lady whose name I can't remember giving birth, because she let us know. Yes, Martin was absolutely delighted with that. As in around the wicket again goes Kishaw, and this is pushed down into the leg side. Ryan Patel does the fielding in there at short leg. I think he might have moved the process on a bit, listening to myself and Martin Emerson, but yeah, very nice. Very nice to hear that. Wouldn't it? In around the wicket goes Kishaw once again. Forward goes the right-handed Revis. But he told us that was the second time that had happened with his commentary.
Were you there when Isabel was
Oh, yes, very much so.
Did you ever go on the gas and air?
In around the wicket goes Kishaw, and this one's pushed out into the offside by Revis.
That's great, that gas and air.
Well, there was a moment, I have to be honest.
I got a bit hungry afterwards and went for a Chinese.
Did you really? That's good of you, that, isn't it?
My lad took his time.
Yeah. Is waiting once more. Here's Revis, and that bounces. I think he's played the line of that Revis, so that's bounced, and it's beautifully taken again by Josh Blake away to his right-hand side. So here come the gloves I was talking about. Dan Moriarty's taking towel and gloves out to the two batsmen.
Now, do we think that there's a sort of message that... can we ask them whether they're going to declare, whether if we declare they'll
go for a chase.
They'll go for the chase or not.
Well, that's the reason, of course, because to sort of finish it off, Yorkshire would have to declare. But what you don't want to do...
With an hour to go, can't they just shake hands without a declaration?
I think they can, but I always like that thought.
Well, the declaration gives you extra 10 minutes, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yes. So, yeah, the gloves are out there now. Nothing's happening at much speed at the moment, really.
Can't really see you got 16... Well, we did the calculation before, the listeners don't want me going through that every single over, but, 16 overs. Really 14 overs, because you've got a change of innings. You've got to take 5 wickets and you've got to score at least 82 runs.
Yep.
It ain't going to happen.
Nope. Enjoyed watching the spinners go this afternoon.
Bowled well, haven't they?
Very much so.
In actual fact, the 2 off spinners have probably bowled a little bit better than Kishaw. He's obviously a very good bowler, hasn't quite got it right. First ball of a new over from Jacks is turned down to a deep backward square leg, and there's another 2 runs.
Going to miss Scarborough tomorrow when I wake up. If I ever get home.
I won't.
Well, you'll still be here.
I will.
Your plans for this evening, David?
I shall probably relax somewhere.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, that ball's gone through everything. The next one from Jack's.
Well, it's actually been taken by leg slip.
Yeah. It was that good, it beat Josh Blake as well as the batsman.
Well, this has turned and gone over the stumps, and it's beaten Josh Blake. It is a very good take from Dan Lawrence and leg slip.
Looking around his field is Jacks comes in bowls now, and that's punch through the offside. That's going to be 4 more runs. Desperate chase out there. Is that the skipper with his sun hat on?
No, he's at leg slip. That's Matt Fisher, I think, chasing that. Burns is ensconced at leg slip under the helmet at the moment. They've got 3 of them in there. Round the corner for the one he tucks off his hip.
7 for 4. Jacks bowls and again causing problems. I tell you what, if this game had another 30 overs in it, it would have been
fascinating, wouldn't it?
Yeah, especially with Bess, available at the.
He's bowled extremely well in this game, of course.
Jacks bowls defended, pushed into the offside. No run to be had there. 107 for 4. Next delivery. There's half a shout for LBW.
The lesser spotted.
And that brings the end of another over.
Yeah, the lesser spotted LBW in this game.
Now, where's the lesser spotted Surrey captain?
He's just put his sun hat on, wandered up towards mid-on.
There you go.
They're not in any rush.
He's playing games with me, isn't he?
They're not in any rush because they're off to Durham this evening, of course. You see.
Well, we've got 3 days up there.
Yeah, they're going to have a nice weekend and then train Monday, rather than going all the way back to London and then coming all the way back to Durham.
Makes sense.
Certainly does. Hampshire and Nottinghamshire has ended as a draw.
Well, I think that ended as a draw probably at 10 to 5.
10 to 5. As Kishore comes around the wicket from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, and this one's pushed back up the pitch by Revis.
I'm going to make a big call here and say that this will probably be the last over.
Very good from you, David. Kishore bounces in once again. Little outside edge, but all along the floor from Revis. Cries of catch it. Out there in the middle. I tell you what, that catch from Jamie Overton to get rid of Findlay Bean was an absolute cracker. Right on the end of his fingers it was. As Kishore is in once more. Forward goes Revis. They'll pick up a single as Jamie Overton goes chasing after the ball. So that will bring Sutherland back on to strike.
Do you ever play rugby, Jamie Overton? You wouldn't want to be stopping it, would you?
No. Well, I've always thought with Clark and Overton in my side, I'm always feeling quite happy. If anything does kick off, they're the first 2 I'm pushing out the dressing room door, I tell you. There's waiting once again. It's Sutherland. And forward he goes. That's still one of my favourite clips of all time, where it sort of all got very heated against South Africa and Australia with de Kock and Warner, and they were coming up the stairs. And Faf du Plessis just came out in his towel, looking like the alpha male at the dressing room door. Forward goes the right-handed Sutherland. Plays this one back up the pitch. The man coming across, catching on the offside, that's Ryan Patel. He's very close in there, is Ryan Patel. Dan Lawrence is doing the old on his knees. Oh no, he's just on his knees. He's stood up again now. I thought he was doing that catching where they're getting as close, as possible. As Kishore is in once again, and this is pushed by Sutherland. into the offside. Well, there doesn't seem to be any sign of shaking of hands as yet.
No, Roy's taking his cap off. He's going to go into short leg again. Jamie Overton's just gone past him and said, come on, Skip, we can have a pint back before 6 o'clock. Showered and gone, couldn't we?
Beat the traffic. Elsewhere, Warwickshire, heck of a chase this. 31 more needed by them. 362 for 5 they are against Worcestershire. That's a brilliant day of batting from Warwickshire.
I think Big Bo's been getting some runs there. That first delivery outside the off stump, no run.
Good player, Big Bo. Really is.
He'd be another one who put him up against Jamie Overton, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Next delivery is turned into the onside and sort of half stopped by Ryan Patel. No run there.
He's 86 not out, Big Bo Webster.
Here comes Jacks again, bowls, and that's patted away.
It's got a bit chilly, hasn't it? Temperature's dropped a bit. You did tell me that would happen when the sun went in. Yeah, you got your hoodie.
Yeah. Safe carrying it back to the B&B, I suppose.
It's out. We've had an LBW.
Eventually, into the final hour of the game. Padded away, and there wasn't too much doubt about that. Well, there hasn't been too much doubt about several of them, but you can't just dearie me.
He's got that horribly wrong as Revis. He really hasn't offered a shot, sitting on his stumps. It's just hit him bang in front. So Revis goes 108 for 5 now. Yorkshire. Revis slowly makes his way back towards the dressing rooms. So they've picked up 5 from Surrey, and out goes Dom Bess into the middle. So beautifully in this game, batted very nicely in the first innings as well. Very busy innings from Dom Bess. So Bess is making his way to the middle.
Middlesex are won by an innings.
Excellent. Down at Merchant Taylor's School against Northamptonshire. They've actually really dominated that game, haven't they?
Yeah, 625 for 8, 261 all out and 257 all out. So an innings and 107 runs.
Back in Division 2. Lancashire need 110 runs to win this one. Gloucestershire all out for 285.
Looks though Lancashire are going to get there as well. The Gloucestershire are desperately trying to hang on, but haven't quite done it. 47 for 1 in 10 overs.
What's their target again?
Just over 100, 110, something like that. So.
Okay.
Should get there in time, should have enough overs. Just.
The lead at the moment for Yorkshire is 88. Hat-trick here would be handy.
Yes, a hat-trick would be. No need to panic yet for Yorkshire fans, or at all. I mean, it's. But it's another couple of quick wickets, and that next delivery has Bess forward and just angling that one into the onside for a single. And again, every run, of course, makes it that much difficult as well, doesn't
absolutely.
it?
That's why the runs are still so important.
I mean, they would now need 90 runs to win. If they lost the 4 wickets, Jack's bowls, that's the end of a successful over for the Surrey off spinner, and we'll go on for a little while yet.
Well, I think that wicket's sort of changed it a bit, hasn't it? Really,
it has indeed.
Because if you think about it logically, if Surrey could, and it would take something pretty spectacular, but take like 2 in an over and 2 in an over, and then leave themselves with 10 overs to chase down, what would it be, 90? Well, they fancy their chances of doing that, so that's why we're still out there. And as I say, that wicket, I think, of Revis just changed it again. But 3 or 4 quiet overs here, and they'll start thinking, well, enough's enough. But if Kishore could pick up Bess in this over.
How many overs left, Kate?
Well, it's immaterial.
No, 16 at the start. I mean, the 16 at the start of the final hour. You didn't make a note. No?
Here is Kishore, and forward goes Bess, plays this one down into the offside, and it's picked up in there by Sal at Silly Point. He will vacate at the end of this over and bring Mr. Doidge in. Forward goes Bess, because I think we'll still be here for a little while as yet. The offside by Dom Bess. Settles himself down over his bat once again. Kishore is into Bess. Bess is digging this one out to the leg side. Kishore wearing number 60. Bess waits once again. Round the wicket comes Kishore, and this one's pushed away down into the leg side. So we're continuing to whip through overs at the moment. At the bat from Dom Bess. Waits again. As in around the wicket and pushed by Bess out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Jordan Clark comes around to his right to do the fielding, lobs it in over the top of the stumps, and Sutherland comes back onto strike once again. Still the 4 men around the bat, as settling himself down over his bat once again is Sutherland. In comes Kishore. Oh, that beats the edge again as he's just groping for that a touch is Sutherland. Nicely bowled by Kishore, but Sutherland gets through the over, end of it. And 111 for 5, I think that is on the scoreboard. And nicely bowled again by Sai Kishore. Welcome back to Jonathan Doidge. In a moment he'll be joined by Dave Townsend.
Thank you, Mark. People continuing to drift out of the door. We've had a thoroughly pleasant chat up on the balcony with the Golden Boys, Howard Ferguson, Phil Mustoe, enjoying perhaps the dying embers of this one. 90 runs the lead. 5 of only 9 wickets that Yorkshire have in this second innings are already gone. Bess punches one close to Sibley, which is fielded by Matthew Fisher. Short extra cover, no run. Jackson again, shuffling across. This time Dom Bess gets everything behind him. Another dot. Still quite a few who won't let this one go. They want to make sure that their side sees it through, whichever way around that is. Best defends again,
including Rory Burns. Seeing this one through.
Yeah, Jackson again. Ooh, quicker. Bess pushes and misses. It hit Josh Blake and dropped down into the offside. Jackson again. Bess pushing back to him. Here comes Jacks once more. Reaches for the sky with that ball in his hand. That's turned to leg. Bounces just short of Ryan Patel. It excited some of his teammates, but it was not out. End of the over. 55 now complete in this second innings for Yorkshire. 110 for 2.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he?
He hasn't. Martin Emerson says, tell DT I've just sent him a message on Facebook.
Oh.
I'll take him out now, Mo, for the next 5 overs while he tries to check it, trying to remember his password.
Is he listening
Gets
in?
his reading glasses on.
Listening in. That's always good, isn't it? Picking up a few tips, I suppose. Where are my glasses, Doige? Start a new over from Sykeshaw, who's pushing that into the offside. No run. I bet it'll be about the Tour de France or something, won't it? 110 for 5. Bowls, and that's defended into one of the close fielders. No run to be had there. Running between the umpire and the stumps, left arm round, bowls, and Sutherland just turns that round the corner for a single, takes the score to 111. So Surrey would need 92 if they were to somehow take these last 4 wickets for no run. And Johnny Bairstow didn't reappear, which he won't. 111 for 5. Still got to be, what, a good 600 or 700 people in the ground, as much as that, perhaps. It's only 500, I'd have thought. And you've got the stand behind us as well, haven't you?
Behind us?
Well, to our right. Obviously not behind us. Kishore bowls edged, and not sure that carried. It was very low, very fast, but one more run to the total, one more to Bess. He moves to 3. Towards the end of this, the 55th over. 4 close catches on the offside and a forward short leg. As forward goes, Sutherland defends. That's fielded by Patel.
Kishore just trying his luck. Yeah, obviously Nigel Long raised the finger for the first time in the week, and hoping that Russ Warren might do the same.
Your bowls again, and that's smashed between cover and mid-off, way down to the hospitality tents for 4 runs. And that takes Yorkshire even closer to safety, 116 for 5. Great shame about the rain on those first 2 days. Real cracker of a final day.
Paul Harrison in York is asking what the issue with George Hill is. Yeah, pretty well documented, Paul, that he had a bruised heel. It's certainly been mentioned in a couple of interviews that I've been involved in the last week or two. And I'm sure Graham Hardcastle would have mentioned it on the Yorkshire website as well, as Jax from the Peacehelm Park end continues. Best defending that first one down by his feet. A run. Lovely this time. A drive by Bess. Jax straying too wide. Turn or no turn, Bess wasn't going to miss out on that. 4 through the covers.
Marty's saying he's a mate of his he's at the Deer Shed Music Festival, Marty.
None the wiser as Bess walks across and thrusts his quad at this one, really, and bumps it into the hands of Sibley. Somebody put the hand up for a catch there, but as far as I'm aware, you need to hit it with bat or glove. As Jax is in again. This time Best defends, down by his feet.
Yeah, Deer Shed Music Festival he's at, and his mate there's got a Swiss Army knife that actually puts holes into belts in case I need it next week, having eaten and drunk so much this week that my belt's no longer effective.
In comes Jax again, defended into the offside by Best, no run. Jean Drury asked earlier, why have they not put Finlay Bean's runs on the scoreboard? I hadn't noticed that, but it wouldn't be the sort of thing information we'd be privy to either, I'm afraid, Jean. As Best turns that one square on the leg side, and there is no run to complete that over at 120 for 5.
Marty going on about my belt. I mean, the glass houses there are surely dodgy.
Yes. And Edward Harland says, JD, I've been missing for a bit watching Joe R break records, but will JB call his child Scarborough, as in the Likely Lads?
Good thinking, isn't it? Doesn't really work though. Too long, really, isn't it? Scarborough Bairstow. Off the tongue. Start of a new over from the left armour. Sykeshaw. Runs in bowls and he gets a fair bit of shoulder into it, doesn't he? Those quicker deliveries. That's allowed outside the off stump by Sutherland. 100 runs exactly the lead at the moment. Kishore decides to bowl over the wicket to the right hander. No, he doesn't. He's still going round the wicket. And Don Bess going from one side to the other. Bowls, and forward goes Sutherland defensively. And no run.
I think that's it. I think that is that. Rory Burns has decided that he doesn't fancy continuing to try taking Yorkshire wickets. So the players shake hands on a draw with Yorkshire 120 for 5 in their second innings, and at 5:25 on this Friday afternoon, play has been brought to a close. The result that we've kind of been expecting for several days, DT. Nonetheless, and as you've mentioned, we've had some rain interruptions that have kind of spoiled things in taking it to its proper natural conclusion. Still been some interesting cricket played, some really good fielding skills involved. It's been interesting to watch Sykeshaw and what he's had to produce, as well as the other two Surrey spinners. And a big shout out for Yorkshire's as well, with Don Best taking a 7 for 162 in the second innings. And then that, despite the fact we've been calling it a really good pitch all week, that one and only 100 for Matthew Revis. 110 not out for him, keeping going that rich vein of form.
It's strange when the number of half centurions we had. I mean, other than Adam Lyth, I think all the Yorkshire top 6 got to 50, and Lyth was only 3 runs short. And Surrey as well, they got in. There'll be batsman there, Rory Burns. The century was waiting for him. He got himself out, and well, again, all of them, Dan Lawrence, Dominic Sibley, should have gone on, but and this morning, Ryan Patel resuming on 82, I think. He was out very early, wasn't he? And just that one century. So there we go. It's a drawn match.
It is a draw match, 8 points apiece for the draw. Points wise, well, Yorkshire picked up 3 batting bonus points, didn't they, in that first innings, and 1 bowling bonus point for Surrey. Normally, of course, these things are up on the board, but I'm looking around now for them. Surrey picking up maximum batting points in their innings as well. So 6 bonus points to Surrey to go with their 8, make it 14, and 5 for Yorkshire to go with their 8, make 13. That's the way of things at the end of this contest. There are still matches to conclude. You'll be able to avail yourselves of the table once this round is done and dusted. But yeah, we're done here for North Marine Road for this week. We are, of course, back next week. Adrian Harms will be in the box alongside DT and I for the visit of Sussex, and I guess the importance of that match has now been exaggerated because Sussex have lost this week to Essex, and Yorkshire still down there second bottom in the table, needing to claw some points back. There are three teams, Hampshire, Durham and Essex, who are not that far above them, and all on a clump of about 3 points between them. So bit of work to do for Yorkshire still. 4 matches still to go, and Surrey, of course, sitting proudly up there. Not sure if Churchy wants a final word as far as Surrey are concerned. He's out with the commentary box at the moment, and probably not. So we'll call it that's that. But tomorrow I'll be down at Northampton. The Yorkshire women, of course, in the second League 2 Vitality Blast semi-final. They're playing against Glamorgan. First match starts at 11 o'clock, and I'll be bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of 1 or maybe 2 games if Yorkshire are good enough to get to the final of that tomorrow evening, which will be a 6:45 start. From all of us here, though, thanks for your patronage. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And a draw. Yorkshire 13 points and Surrey 14 points.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.